Welcome to Looking at Legal Stuff. Today we have part 2 of an evidentiary hearing in a case where Dad is motioning the court to increase his visitation because he says in their current court order, it says that they're supposed to work together to give Dad some additional visitation, especially when the child is in childcare and Dad is free. But Mom has been routinely denying him any extra time with the child, no matter when or how often he asks. He says Mom also denied him one of his regular visitations because his mother was trying to video the child's reaction when she spotted her daddy, and Mom got upset about the camera, and she called the police, who couldn't convince her to release the child. Dad says Mom's also doing everything she can to replace him in the child's life, including trying to include her new boyfriend in parenting decisions, trying to have the child call him Daddy Colton and her boyfriend Daddy Charles instead of just calling him Daddy. And she's also not using his last name when she fills out registration records, even though it's on the child's birth certificate. Mom says Dad's a deadbeat who lives in his mom's basement. She says he's constantly under the influence of illegal drugs, and he can't hold down steady employment and contribute to the household, which is why they broke up in the first place. She says she was the one who was paying for everything, and Dad was just a kept man. She thinks their current visitation schedule should stay the same. What does Judge Wolf think about this crazy situation? Let's find out.
We don't have an officer apparently, is that correct? We'll dispense with the formal opening of court and see if we can round us up a bailiff. All right, we have two cases on today's docket. The first case is Colton Dwayne Ray versus Catherine Herrera Ray Wheatley. And this is, I understand, a motion to increase visitation, to set the summer visitation. Obviously, that issue may have been made moot by when we're having this hearing, but are we ready on that case? All right. All right. All right, we ready to, is your client on the stand, is that correct? All right, let's have him come around. Raise your right hand, let me place you under oath. You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. All right, thank you. Have a seat. John, would you hand me the remote? I think it's this one. I think it's everyone, they're not used to me being here right at 9 o'clock. So. All right, you may ask. He has.
Mr. Ray, Miss Roberts asked you about your drug screen and questioned your having passed it. Do you recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that drug screen would purportedly only go back 3 months if they had used a head hair. That's what Ms. Roberts said to him. It went back 3 months, and I'm asking him the difference
Ms.
between...
Roberts is not an expert in that area, nor is she a witness, so I sustain the objection.
Mr. Ray, where did they pull the hair from in order to do the hair follicle drug screen?
That was my leg hair.
It was your leg hair. Okay, and on your report, does it report how long it goes back?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, how long does that go back?
12 months.
Okay. Judge, may I approach?
May?
Ms. Roberts also asked you about the parenting plan and what you would like. Is that a copy of the parenting plan that you would propose?
Yes, ma'am, absolutely.
Okay, and on there, have you requested, is it different from the initial plan we brought to the court?
Is this different than the initial plan?
Yes.
No, ma'am, this is what we've been asking for.
Did you ask for me to put the child's birth date on there also
Oh,
in the
yes,
holiday
ma'am,
section?
that's correct. We did add that.
Okay, is that the only change?
As far as I'm aware, yes, ma'am.
Judge, we'd submit that as the next marked exhibit.
All right. Exhibit 5,
Judge, if I may have them.
you may. You may.
Tax returns for 2022.
Yes, ma'am.
Do they disclose all the income that you've made?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you hidden any income from anyone?
No, ma'am.
Judge, I'd submit those as the next marked exhibit.
Exhibit 6,
I'll pass the witness.
Roberts, you may cross-examine.
They had to take your leg hair, Mr. Reyes, is because you shaved your body, you shaved your head, your face, everything, didn't you?
No, ma'am. I didn't shave my face. My face, I've had this same type of beard for years.
Did you shave your head?
My head has been shaved. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I didn't ask if your head had been shaved. The question is that you had raised the issue that Mrs. Wheatley was using drugs. She immediately went and took a drug test. We asked you to do, we filed a motion to do the same thing, and it took you several months to go and to do it. And you were positive, correct?
Correct.
And you're saying and you've already admitted that you smoked marijuana.
Correct.
And so the test was accurate because you regularly smoked marijuana?
In the last 12 months, yes, ma'am.
Yes, okay. So what did it matter whether it came off your legs or your head or your privates?
Well, they don't take it off your privates, but the difference is on your head, it goes back 90 days or less, and on your body hair, it goes back a year. That's the difference.
But why didn't you just go do it immediately you raised the specter first and Miss Wheatley went and did it. You got a motion and you've already admitted you got it from your attorney and it took you months to go get it done. Why?
As far as I know, I didn't raise any speculation about drug use.
Why did you your mother of your child had always complained about your drug use, hadn't she?
No, ma'am.
She hadn't?
No, ma'am.
You vaped around your daughter, haven't you?
Vaped around my daughter?
Uh-huh.
No, ma'am.
In the car?
No, ma'am.
You're sure about that?
Yes, ma'am.
Understand you're under oath?
Yes, ma'am.
You put your daughter in the car and go Uber with her?
She's been with me on some deliveries, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Not with I didn't take people around.
And you're how old?
34, about to be 35.
34 years old and you make $12,000 a year? How do you live, sir?
I'm sorry?
Gunner, may I see the exhibits? I'm sorry, Your Honor. Under my approach, just focus on it. Your attorney has introduced your 2022 and 2023 taxes. You see that?
Yes, ma'am?
In 2022, it shows you were living at 101 Dogwood Court. That's your mama's, daddy's house when you living in the basement.
Correct, that was us two there together, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you made 12,000, your gross income, taxable income was zero. See that?
I do see that, yes, ma'am.
In 2022, you made no income. Right?
No, there's other numbers on there. That's the taxable income. That's what they could tax me on.
Income from Schedule 1, $3,708. You filled this out, didn't you?
Yes?
Your income was $3,708. See where that says in 2022? $3,708.
That's other income from Schedule 1. That's not
Well, but
total
you-
income.
Well, but you had no W-2 income.
Right, I had a 1099 income. That's minus all my deductions.
Domestic gross income, $3,446. Itemized deduction, let's go over. Self-employment, you paid $524 in self-employment. Profit and loss from your business, where you were a ride share. Where you did
Correct.
Uber. $58,125.
You get to write off depreciation on their vehicle,
What kind of
food,
vehicle do
gas.
you have?
I'm sorry, what?
I interrupted his answer, Judge.
That was a point of fact. If you're going to sit at the table and make an objection, turn your microphone on. So.
You made $58,125 through rideshare, is that correct?
If that's what the paper says, I can't see it anymore.
And then you depreciated $37,566 for a car and truck.
That's for gas, the wear and tear on the vehicles. I had to replace my tires several times, oil changes. I believe I had some other issues with my vehicle
You
that year
understand
as
you're
well.
supposed to keep your record?
And they have it. I turned everything in on those taxes, yes, ma'am.
Can I finish my question, please, for your attorney?
I'm just
Judge,
I'm just trying to answer your
argumentative.
questions.
Sustained.
Have your logbook.
Do I have it? It's probably on TurboTax.
So you have your you keep a logbook with your mileage.
Absolutely.
And where is that located
Well,
right now?
and I believe on 2022, I just took the mileage on my car. Didn't ask for mileage on that one. It didn't ask for me to keep a logbook on that one.
You understand the IRS regulation.
No, I'm not an expert on the IRS.
What kind of car did you drive?
2020 Jeep Cherokee.
Who owns it?
I do.
A 2020 Jeep Cherokee, and it cost you you made $58,000, it cost you $37,000.
Between depreciation and all
Well,
of the work.
depreciation is
Judge,
something
if he
different.
can finish, please. She continues to
Sustained, let
interrupt.
the witness finish the answer.
Between depreciation and the work that I had done on my vehicle and gas. Yes, ma'am, that's what it totaled to.
Under my approach.
You may.
I'm 13, what did that say? See the depreciation? What do you put on there?
It says depletion, not depreciation.
I'm sorry, 13. Depreciation and section 179 expenses deductions not included in part 3. See instructions, line 13, sir.
Not included in part 3, so
You
that's
did-
how much was not included in part 3.
You didn't take any depreciation.
No, it says in parentheses, not included in part 3. That's how much was not included in part.
I understand that, said, you said
Okay.
37,000 in line 9, included depreciation.
I didn't type that in.
Ms.
Is that
Colton,
a question? Or
yes,
is that-
you said your depreciation was
So
included.
may I
in line
answer your
9.
question?
Let her finish her question before you begin answering.
Yes, sir.
You said your depreciation was included in line 9.
No, you said that.
No, you did, sir. We can read it back. My expenses and my depreciation and the work that I had to do on the car was verbatim what you said, sir.
For the 37,000?
Yes.
Yes, that's everything included.
Okay, your depreciation should be taken off on line 13.
And then it says supplies. If you look right next to that number, it says supplies.
No, sir.
You're looking to the left, look to the right beside the number.
Sir,
Right here.
no, sir, supplies is what it costs you.
That's line 22.
It has nothing to do with your vehicle. Supplies used in your.
That's the number you pointed to when you came up here. You said,
No, no, sir. I pointed to this. I'm talking about 37,000 that you said included depreciation when you took 0 out on line 13 for depreciation. My question is, sir, you are saying to the Internal Revenue Service that your expenses, your gas, your tires, and your repairs were 37,000 for the year of 2022. Is that true or not true?
I did not type in this number. That's what I turned into them, and that's the expense they gave me.
Who is them?
TurboTax. You don't type any of that in. You don't just say, this is what I took off. You have to have proof of it.
And you have that. So
I
when
had it, yes, ma'am. That's how I got it approved through the IRS.
What are your 6,209 other expenses?
That's been 2 years ago. I couldn't tell you exactly what that is, whatever it says it is on there.
$2023, you made $12,575 is your W-2 income. Is that correct? If that, I'm reading that correctly off of this.
If you read that correctly off of that paper, yes, ma'am.
And where did that come from?
Ride share as well.
Okay.
There was in you said 2023?
2023, that you had filed, it said your W-2 income
Now, the
was
W-2,
$12,575. Your other income from your Schedule C, your ride share, you lost $9,786.
so the $12,000 came from the dealership that I worked at for a few months.
So your adjusted income for 2023, you lived off of $2,789.
Correct.
There a reason why you don't have gainful employment, sir?
I mean, when you're running a business, sometimes there's a loss. When there's a bad year, 2023 was a really bad year.
Well, 2020.
Sometimes there's a loss.
You lost money in 2022, you lost money in 2023.
As far as I know, I showed on 2022, there was a gain
And so now you're working where?
at BH Electronics.
And is that your parents' business?
It's owned by Patrick Industries.
Did you not understand what I asked?
Is it my parents' business?
Yes.
No, it's owned by Patrick Industries.
And who is Patrick Industries?
They're a publicly traded company.
And you don't work for your parents at all?
My mother is the manager, and my stepfather is the co-manager.
They don't have
But-
any ownership interest in the company?
No, ma'am.
And what do you do for them?
I'm an engineer.
Okay, well, we've gone over your engineering qualifications.
Yes, we have.
You're not an engineer.
I am.
You're a high school graduate.
Well, that
Correct.
doesn't mean I'm not an engineer.
Okay. You allege that there went a period of time when you didn't see your daughter.
Yes, there was.
You were invited, as well as your family were invited over to Miss Wheatley's home, and you visited there regularly, didn't you?
I went as much as she would allow.
Okay. She invited you to a birthday party that you didn't pay for, right?
That's correct.
You brought other people that weren't invited to the party, correct?
I brought my mother and my stepfather,
Okay.
and she did not tell me they weren't invited.
Why didn't you assist in paying for your daughter's birthday party?
Because I
I'm
had,
gonna object as being outside the
It is,
scope of
it is, Your Honor.
Recross.
It is. I'll
Or
recall him.
redirect, I'm sorry.
All right,
I'll recall him. And again, what is your income now?
minus the 2 weeks, it's $1,000 a week salary.
1,000 a week as an engineer.
No.
Have any benefits?
What, like as far as health insurance and things like that?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, ma'am, that's offered.
Did you sign your daughter up for health insurance?
I tried, but she refused to give me the social security number, and I wasn't able to sign her up in time because
Okay.
the open enrollment ended this
Well,
past
you've had
Friday.
this child's birth certificate.
It's not on the birth certificate.
Well, did you ever request it from your child's how old?
About to be 3,
3 years old.
correct?
And you never requested it?
I didn't need it until I was getting insurance.
Okay, but the child's is 3 and you haven't thought to get insurance over 3 years?
I hadn't been offered insurance through my company until I got this job.
Well, you just had her, when her mother went off on maternity leave, she was eligible for childcare, correct?
Correct.
And you never took it upon yourself to go on the marketplace or get private pay insurance? Because again, you're living on $2,000 a year,
Objection, argumentative.
isn't that right?
sustained, I think his testimony has been, at the prior hearing, he makes $52,000 a year now. Is that correct? That's what my notes reflect.
Yes, sir.
Starting when?
February. No, ma'am, I haven't. No, ma'am, I haven't.
Redirect?
You tried to sign her up for health insurance, correct?
That's correct.
You reached out to Ms. Wheatley for her social security number, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And did Ms. Wheatley refuse to give you her social security number?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, did you have time to obtain a social security card from the Social Security Administration?
No, ma'am.
And did you foresee that she wouldn't share with you her?
Objection to the leading.
Sustained, don't lead the witness.
Is there any reason for her to turn you down?
Not that I would be aware of. Whenever I was here last, they asked me if I had insurance and were basically asking would I get insurance with her on it. So that's what I was trying to do.
And were you in the open enrollment period?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did the mother understand that?
See how he can testify what she understood.
I can rephrase.
Sustain the objection.
Did you tell the mother why it was important?
I don't recall if I told her if it was open enrollment or not, or if it was my last day. I don't remember that.
Judge, I think that's all.
I don't know. I just know it ended on the 15th. I don't know what day it started. I think it was like 2 weeks before that, maybe.
Which was the Friday, which was this past Friday.
This past Friday was the last day, correct?
And when were we in court?
On the 1st?
On the 1st.
Yes, ma'am.
And so the 1st was the time that questioned whether or not you had the availability to get health insurance, or did you pay anything or do anything? So you knew that on the 1st, correct?
Correct.
And open enrollment was open then, wasn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
And you waited until Friday to ask Ms. Wheatley for a social security number that you could have gotten over the past 3 years, correct?
I believe it was either Wednesday or Thursday
Okay.
of last week.
Well, I received a text message from your attorney at 2:13 saying that my client was refusing to give you this and that open enrollment closed. Why didn't you ask earlier, sir?
I asked him plenty of time. All she had to do was answer the question.
Judge, I'm not sure that there's any reason why Ms. Roberts should be yelling at my client. She can convey her question well enough without raising her voice.
Sustained, don't yell at the witness. If you need to use the microphone, you can do so.
Why didn't you ask earlier?
I asked him plenty of time. I mean, it was a simple question and a simple answer to give me the social security number so I can do as y'all asked.
And it is simple in the fact that she's been the one that's been taking care of all the day-to-day needs of your daughter for the past 3 years, getting her social security card, getting her health insurance, getting her daycare. That's what Mrs. Wheatley has done, hasn't she?
Well,
Yes or no,
speculating.
sir?
No, ma'am. If that's what you want, no, ma'am. That's not
When
true.
did you apply for a social security card?
I didn't.
When did you apply for health insurance?
I did. This past week.
Friday,
No, I
on the
believe it was-
15th.
I was trying to on either Wednesday or Thursday, 13th or 14th. But I needed the social security number in order to finish it.
Okay. When did you pay any of your daughter's medical expenses?
We usually didn't have to because maybe a copay or two, but she was on childcare, so it was mostly taken care of.
So the answer to my question is, Ms. Roberts, I've never done that.
We've never done that, that's correct.
How do you know that she hasn't paid for medical expenses for her child?
When we were together, we had childcare for the child.
Well, according to your
So we didn't
text
have to
message
pay
to
for
her,
things.
you broke up a year before 2020. I think it was April of 2023. You said we've been broken up for over a year.
And since then, if she's paid for anything, I'm unaware of it because she hasn't asked me for any money towards those.
So she's provided everything. That's all.
I would ask that that last statement be stricken. It wasn't a question.
I'll rephrase. Has she provided everything?
Of her own choice, correct.
Thank you, sir.
Judge, that's all.
Thank you. It would seem that that's stating the obvious from his testimony. Step down. All right, call your next witness.
We rest.
Father has rested his proof. Ms. Roberts, you wish to put on witnesses?
Yes, Your Honor, I would call Ms. Wheatley.
You'll come around, Ms. Wheatley.
State your name for me, please, ma'am.
My name is Catherine Noelle Whitley.
And Ms. Wheatley, you and Mr. Colton Ray have a daughter, is that correct?
That's correct.
And what is her name, please, ma'am?
Her name is Noelle, no middle name, Barrera Ray,
Now, Barrera is your,
maiden name.
okay. Now, you are originally from Peru, I believe, is that correct?
Yes,
And you hold a dual citizenship.
that's correct.
You are both born in Peru and a resident and citizen of the country of Peru, and you are an American citizen, is that correct?
That's correct.
How long have you held your American citizenship?
I will say after I graduated from nursing school, I was in my 20s. I don't know exactly. I'm 35 right now,
Okay. And where did you attend nursing school?
in Paris, Tennessee.
Okay. And how long have you been in the United States?
I've been in the United States since I was 19.
And did you move here with family?
I moved here with my husband.
Okay. And what was his name?
His name is Alan Whitley,
And where is he from originally?
Camden, Tennessee.
Okay. And where did you meet him?
I met him in my city, Chiclayo, Peru.
Okay. And y'all had a relationship there and married
Yes,
and you moved here?
that's
Judge, I'm
correct.
going to object to the leading
I-
on.
it's
Some
that-
of
it
it
was
go
that-
on for the purpose of statistical information, but it's gone overboard at this point.
Again, Your Honor, I was simply trying to get through foundational
I
information.
understand. I sustain the objection.
Are you still married to Mr. Wheatley?
No, ma'am.
When did you and he divorce?
We divorced 8 or 10 years ago. I'm not really sure of the time.
It's been a while.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Okay. And you and he did you have any children?
No, we didn't have no children.
Okay. And where does he live presently?
He lived in Camden. He still lives there. He's married, has a daughter.
Okay. And do you still have a good relationship with him?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, at some point in time, you began a relationship with the gentleman seated here, is that correct?
Yes.
And that is Mr. Colton Ray. Can you tell me about that?
We met online. We went on dates. Mainly our relationship carry on in my city. He will come visit me.
What
we'll spend
city was
time.
that?
Oh, Paris, Tennessee. That's when I lived there.
Okay.
He'll come to Paris, visit me. He portray himself a certain way. We continue on going out. It was very brief.
So you were living in Paris?
Yes.
What were you doing in Paris, Tennessee?
I worked as a nurse. I did pediatrics, home health.
Okay. Are you an RN or are you an LPN?
I'm an LPN.
Okay. And did you have an apartment in Paris?
Yes, I rented a flat in Paris, Tennessee.
Okay. And you did pediatric home health?
That's correct.
Okay. And were you on a dating app? I mean,
Yes, I was on a dating app. I think it was Bumble where I met him.
okay. And how long, and y'all met and started?
Yeah, we met.
Objection to leading again, Judge.
Overruled, I don't believe that particularly was leading, so.
We met, we went on dates. He will come and we'll go on dates. And that's how we carry on the relationship.
Okay. Well, you said he portrayed himself.
Yes.
How did he portray himself to you?
He told me that he worked construction, that he helped out at his family business, which is BH Electronics. He portrayed to me that he was trying to go back to school. He portrayed himself in a way that was attractive to me. So we engaged in that relationship and we started going out and all that.
Did he have money to carry you out, or?
Yeah, he bought for the dates, he paid for the dates. He told me that he was trying to get himself a place to live. He lived in an apartment, and all that. So he seemed like a nice guy.
Okay. And your relationship turned sexual?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And as a result of that,
We conceived Ellie.
you conceived Ellie? And when did you find out that you were pregnant with Miss Ellie? How far along were you?
I was 3 months pregnant. I think it was like close to my birthday that I found out. Like,
Which was when?
my birthday is June 12th, so it was like the month before that
Okay.
or so.
So sometime May,
Yeah, sometime.
and Ellie was born in January.
Yes, January 26th.
Okay. And did you have a normal routine pregnancy, if you can call it that?
No, not really. I started to get really, really sick. I was diagnosed with hyperemesis, which caused me to get really sick, lose weight, get dehydrated. I had to go to the ER several times to get fluids. I couldn't continue working because then I was working in Clarksville as a wound nurse. So I was in front of a lot of wounds and smells and things like that, so I couldn't continue with that. I had to stop working, and just as I got pregnant, I had this job in Clarksville, so I didn't qualify for maternity leave, like I wouldn't get pay. So I had to fend for myself in regards to I financially fund me with my savings.
And because of the job situation, were you eligible to receive TennCare?
I did.
And did you sign yourself up for TennCare?
Actually, my OBGYN told me about it. I was telling her about my situation because I had to, I didn't have the insurance that I had before. I let her know, and she told me, you qualify for TennCare, just go fill out the paperwork. I did. Then they signed me up for the breast pump because, they ask you, what's your plan, what do you want to do, and all that. She was the one that actually helped me with all that.
Okay. And where was Mr. Ray during this process? Was he involved in the prenatal process, your pregnancy?
I mean, when I first told him that I was pregnant, I told him that I didn't really expect him to, I didn't expect much out of him because it was such a short relationship and all that. He told me that he could be there for me as long as he could, as much as he could. He did go to some prenatal appointments, but other than that, that's pretty much it.
Okay. Did he, at that point in time during excuse me, let me rephrase. How long a period of time were y'all dating before you became pregnant?
I think it was maybe 2 months.
Okay. So neither one of you really had an opportunity to get to know one another?
No. And I was aware of that. He was aware of that. We were just kind of seeing how it goes. Our relationship never consolidated. We were never boyfriend and girlfriend, but we were having a kid. So we were in that situation where, what do we do now?
Okay.
And just trying to figure it out.
Okay. And so how did that progress?
Well, I mean,
Did you keep him informed about things?
I did, and like I said, he came to some appointments with me. We was trying to figure out if I was gonna give birth in Paris or in Dixon. I still pay for my rent the whole year, so, you know, I went from Dixon to Paris back and forth. There was a situation, like I told you, I had hyperemesis, smells were really, and he was always smelling like weed, so I couldn't take it. So I will go back to Paris and just, that's how was the,
Well, you said you were going back and forth. Where was he living specifically?
he lived in his apartment that he told you the address.
In Nashville?
No, here in Dixon,
Okay,
in Burns, I
in
think.
Burns, not in his parents' basement.
No, when I met him, he lived in Burns. He told me that he had an apartment. Once I became pregnant and everything, and I'll come see him, I saw his apartment and it was just not nice. So I didn't like to stay there.
Okay. And so it developed and then your pregnancy progressed and it came time for you to deliver. So where did you actually deliver Miss Ellie?
I delivered Ellie here in Dixon. Actually, I was in Peru, very close to the end of my pregnancy. I flew back to America. I came to Dixon to get a few things and I went back to Paris. And then from Paris, I came back to Dixon and I gave birth in Dixon.
Now, you travel back to your home country quite often.
Yeah,
And Ellie has gone, you have a passport.
yeah,
And has Ellie accompanied you?
yeah. She's always going with me on all my trips.
And where is your family, your immediate family located?
All my immediate family is in my country, Peru, Chiclayo.
Okay. And have you paid to have Mr. Ray come
Yes.
to meet your family and to be in Peru?
Yeah.
How many occasions?
I've paid for him to come once, and then on the first trip that he came with his mom, I furnished, his stay. He stayed at my parents. My parents fed them. My parents hosted them. So I think they pay for their flights, maybe for the stay in Lima, but they stay at my parents.
Okay. Now, and when you gave birth, I want to show you, Hillary, I think you've got the affidavit.
No objection.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You might.
I want to hand you
Okay.
you recognize what those are?
Yes, this is Ellie's birth certificate.
Okay. And again, what is the custom and practice as far as your home country in naming a child?
It's just the regular custom, I guess. You have your first name, your middle name, and both of the parents' last name.
Okay. And again, what does the birth certificate reflect?
In here it shows Noeli Barrera Ray.
So what is your daughter's legal last name?
Her legal last name is Barrera Ray.
Okay. It's not just Ray.
No.
And again, that's what's filled on the birth certificate and the affidavit of paternity.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Had you had discussions with him about the fact that her name is Barrera Ray?
He was perfectly aware of it. It was a mutual decision that we made. I'm not sure why he's denying it now.
All right. But you do want the court records to reflect that her name is Barrera Ray?
Yes, I would like that.
All right. Your Honor, we'll move those in as the next exhibit.
What's next in order?
Judge, that's something we can stipulate to. We don't have a problem with her name being Barrera Ray. The problem, I believe, is that Ray has been left off of all of her documents. We understand that it's a hyphenated name, that's fine.
So we are stipulating that the child's name will remain Noella Barrera Ray.
Yes, we would just ask that the mother make sure she's using Ray.
All right, that will be the name.
Now, so you deliver here in Dixon,
Yes.
okay? You had the option of staying in Peru.
I did. I discussed that with him and my parents and everything. It was a tight decision that I made because I really wanted the support of my parents, but I also wanted Ellie to have a great future. I wanted her to come here, have the opportunities as any other citizen here. So I was like, I gotta go back and give birth down there,
But if you were attempting to try to keep him away from this child, you could have stayed in Peru.
Yes, you will say that.
Now, when you've flown back and forth and you've carried your child back, have you always advised him?
Yes, I have.
In fact, this, in 2022, did you, or actually 2023, January, did you celebrate her birthday in Peru?
Yes, and I let him know about it. And I told him, hey, you know, I really would like Ellie to have a really nice birthday party. I don't know anybody here. So I would like to have my friends and their kids and all that. He told me that's fine. I told him if he wanted to do something with his family, maybe his mom, because his mom was pretty much the person that planned everything. She could have a birthday party for her, you know, arrange it here so she could have her friends. That didn't happen. We went, had the birthday party. I invited him. He told me that he couldn't afford it at that moment because he really wanted to go to Nashville and was trying to save money to go to Nashville. And I say, hey, I have the money, I'm working. Here's $1,000 so you can pay for your ticket, and I want you there for Ellie. Yes, on the first occasion that I gave him on the second occasion that I gave him money, it was close to his time to move into Nashville. He told me that he didn't have the money for the deposit of his apartment. He told me that he was struggling financially. And I really, to be honest with you, we were not getting along, and I really wanted him to go on. So I gave him the $1,000 from the tax return that I got. No?
You may.
Yeah.
Which one was that?
This was from the taxes.
The what?
The taxes, where I gave him the money for his deposit for his apartment in Nashville.
We're gonna come back to that one in just a second. But then, at some point in time, you're inundated.
Yeah,
Object to the leading again, Judge.
Leading suggests the answer. I'm not sure that that would qualify overrules.
Well, she's
Just try not to
testifying.
lead the witness, please.
I'm handing you a document. Can you access that?
yes, it says $1,000 for Ellie's birthday ticket, December 6, 2022.
So that would have been for Ellie's birthday, what year?
It was on 2022.
Okay, but her birthday would have been coming up when?
Yes, January 26, 2022. No,
Y'all, you would, her birthday would have been in January.
yes.
You have to buy a
January.
ticket early before you go.
Yes, because if you do it so close to time, it's too expensive.
Okay. So did you send him money so he could accompany y'all or come to Peru with you?
Yeah.
Do you know any reason why he couldn't do it himself?
Yeah, well, during the period of our living there in the basement, he will always tell me that he was struggling financially. It was obvious that he was because he never wanted to pay for anything. And I didn't even ask him that many times because I saw him struggle. He was struggling. He was just trying to get his way and he just couldn't. So I offer it.
Okay. So she was born in January of 2022.
Yes.
So January of 2023 was her second birthday or first
Yeah.
birthday?
Yes, her second birthday was on January 2024.
Okay.
Okay.
So she's not quite 3 years old yet.
No, she's not.
Your Honor, we'll make that as the next exhibit.
No objection.
All right.
Okay. Have you always, at some point in time, again, that would have been her first birthday. Where was y'all's living arrangements from birth until then? Let's talk about that time frame.
Yes, because it seems like it's confused. During the period that I was pregnant, I spent time in Dixon and Paris. Just because, like I said, we didn't get along. There were certain things that I couldn't tolerate at that moment because I was sick. So I went back to Paris, back to Dixon, back to Paris, back to Dixon. After I had Ellie, I stayed at the basement, full time.
Okay. And the basement is at his mom?
One-
And that's a home owned by who?
her mom and his stepdad.
Okay. And why?
Why?
Yeah, why did you stay there? Were you
Yes.
working? Did you have a place?
Yes. Me and him had discussions about what the future will hold. He told me that he wanted time to prove himself to me that he could be a good dad and to see about having a relationship if that was achieved. So I moved there to give him the opportunity to spend time with his daughter and, we can try to work it out together and see if things could eventually get somewhere solid.
So you were trying to
Yeah, I was.
have both of you in your daughter's life.
Objection
Yes.
to leading again.
What was the purpose of you
Saying
doing?
don't lead the witness.
The purpose of us staying at the basement was for him to get a chance to spend time with his daughter and to prove to me that he could be a good father, because that was always a problem.
And explain that, please.
Like I
Elaborate on, prove that he could be a good father.
Well, his job wasn't the greatest. He had a habit, which
Okay, let's talk about the jobs, not the greatest. What do you mean by that?
well, he was working Uber. He told me that the construction work with his father fell through because his father and him didn't have a good relationship, so he wasn't really taking him on jobs. Then he was working a little bit for BH Electronics with his mom that gave him side jobs here and there. And then he was doing Ubering and.
Well, where was we doing Uber? Y'all are living in,
Dixon, and
Dixon.
he did Uber in Nashville.
okay. And so timeframes,
Yes.
what were the timeframes?
He worked Uber and BH Electronics while I was living in the basement with, at his parents' house.
Well, did he have a dedicated schedule with Uber saying, okay, I'm working Monday through Friday, 8 to 5? I'm going to work, when would he actually drive his car to Nashville and provide a taxi service?
That was always the issue that I always had a problem with. It was whenever it happened. Like they have a rating thing that will tell them there's high activity in this area at this time, or there's bonuses. So his schedule changed all the time. Like he will leave sometimes at 12, he will leave sometimes
12? There's 2 12s in a day.
12 at noon.
Okay, thank
He
you.
will leave 12 at noon. Sometimes he will leave at 4. He'll work nights. It was just changing according to the incentives, I believe. The bonuses, the activity and all that.
So were you working?
Yeah, well, I didn't work the first 3 months my daughter was born, obviously. And then I got my job.
And what is that job?
I work as a telehealth nurse for Meta5. We provide chronic care management for patients.
So did you go somewhere or did you work from home?
Yes. So when I got hiring for them, I was told it was a telehealth job. I was so excited because I could keep my daughter and work at home. But then they requested a 3-month period of time that I had to go to Nashville for training. So I had to scramble to get help with Ellie because I wasn't going to lose that job. And then we got nannies. We got a nanny that helped me.
And who was that?
Leslie, which I have her in there. Leslie and I don't remember the name right now of the other girl.
Okay. Young ladies?
Yes, 2 young ladies that were church-going ladies. Miss Rhonda recommended them, so I felt, safe.
And so would they come to your home?
Yes, they will come to my home. Their schedule is in there too. They will come to my home and help me with Ellie until I came home at 5:30.
Okay. So how long did you have to go to training?
Okay, I got hired in April, and then I started my training around that, and I ended in June or so. That was the end period.
So April, May, and June, so a 3-month period of time you had to go somewhere to train.
Yes, Nashville. Yes.
Okay. And then after that training ended, where were you working?
I continued to work at Meta5 in my home, in my basement.
So the job that you got was you didn't go in, it was an at-home job,
Yes.
other than that time.
Yes.
So during that 3-month period of time, you got this job and how much was your pay?
Started, it was $24 the hour.
Okay. And he was doing Uber.
Yeah.
So, and did he stay home with with
No.
Ellie?
No, not really.
But who paid for the nannies?
I did.
Did he assist in any way?
Whenever he had the money, like I said, it depended all on his job. He always told me that he wasn't financially stable. Whatever he could give, he gave to the nanny. He sent it to the nanny. Yeah.
Okay. But that nanny had to be there because you were both out working.
Yes.
And and again, we should be able to subpoena his Uber showing all the times that he
Yes,
worked.
I will actually like that.
Okay, but most of the time he would leave at noon, and then what time would he typically get home?
Depended because he had another issue that we had is he liked to gamble. So he will stop by his friend's house and gamble and stay till like 3 or 2 in the morning, whatever.
Okay, what type of gambling?
They did card games.
Card games, okay. And who is this friend?
Ryan, his name is Ryan. I don't recall his last name.
Okay. So during the period of time that you were living you moved into the basement and he was living, did he live there with you for a period of time?
Yeah.
For how long?
He stayed there in the basement with me until he moved out to Nashville.
Which was when?
He
So
moved.
if Ellie was born in January and you moved in sometime around that
Yes.
period of time?
I think he moved out August.
Okay. So about 8 months,
Yeah.
okay. And you got a job 3 months after she was
My
born?
daughter was born. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna object to the leading again, Judge. It's gone on for some time.
Staying, don't leave the witness.
How long was it after Ellie's birth did you get a job?
You testified for her.
I'm changing it so it's not leading, Your Honor.
Overruled.
I got a job after my daughter turned 3 months.
And were you and he still romantically involved?
Now,
In fact, if I could, at what point in time, that 8-month period, why did you stay? And you heard him testify about you asked him to move out.
yeah. Well, another goal of me staying in that in that place was that I wanted to get on my feet. I wanted to gather up money, buy my house, go on with my daughter, and have a nice life. If we worked out, great. If we didn't, it's okay. What was the question again?
When you heard what he testified about you asking him to move out, what
Oh,
led
yeah.
up to-
I asked him to move out because obviously we were not in a relationship anymore. We got into certain situations during the period of time that we was down there. I just didn't want any arguments or anything around Ellie. And he also expressed his desire to move to Nashville. So he moved out because he wanted to go to Nashville. He told me that that would be a better prospect for him because he didn't have to make the drive from Dixon to Nashville to get to his job, which is the Nashville area. He thought he'll make more money, waste less gas.
And during that period of time, how much financial assistance, for the 8th month that y'all were together, how much financial assistance did he give you?
He has never gave me a financial assistance.
And then after he moved out, 8 months later, August, September timeframe.
He has never offered any money. He actually told me that I'm not entitled to any money, that Ellie is not entitled to any money. And I provided, evidence where he told me that, whores don't get paid to have kids.
We'll get to that in a few
Okay.
minutes, okay? But you have text messages and things
Yes,
from him.
yes.
And how long did you continue to remain in the basement?
I lived until I bought my house. I bought my house in August. I bought my house in August
Of what year?
2024. The family knew They
Just,
were,
just a couple of, August of 2024. We're in November of 2024. So you just
oh,
bought,
sorry, August 2023, I'm sorry. The family was aware that that was the plan. The family was aware of our relationship. They knew that I was just staying there so I can get to my house. And they was excited, I was excited. They came to the house when I first bought the house. I showed them the house before I bought the house. You know, I achieved the goal, I was happy. That was why I was there.
they provided you, did you pay them to live in the basement?
Absolutely. I paid for the basement even when I was traveling back and forth to Peru because I had my stuff there. So
How much did you pay them?
I paid 200 when me and him was living there. And then I asked her, hey, you know, Colton is leaving. How much do you want for rent? And she told me, let's just keep it the same. Just take over his. It was 400 after it was just me and Ellie there.
Okay, so he was paying 200 and you were paying 200.
Well, I can't say that he paid, but I paid.
According to the conversation, leave it the same. So when he moved out, you increased your payment.
Yes, yes, she told me that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're assuming that he paid it based on?
I'm assuming.
Okay. And then you continue to pay that up and until the time you moved out?
Yeah.
Did Mr. Ray usually bring food in and diapers and clothing for your daughter?
Not really. And that's another thing. Me and his mom had more of a co-parenting relationship than me and him. Because if we bought anything, she would say, hey, you know, I bought this outfit. And I was like, okay, let's share it. And we will split it. I'll send her the money, you know. She bought diapers for Ellie. She bought wipes for Ellie. I can't say that about Colton.
Okay. So if you would, describe for the court after Ellie was born in January of 2022, correct? Tell me how it was. The first 3 months you were at home with her.
Yes, I wanted to enjoy that time with her.
How much time would say his mother provide caregiving for it?
Well, his mother didn't really provide like care, we'll say, like because she's busy. She's a busy gal. Like she runs a business with her husband and all that. So, but she did provide it in regards to buying diapers, buying wipes, you know, telling me, hey, there's a cute outfit. Do you want it? Things like that. She didn't really spend that much time with Ellie. And I didn't want it either because she was just born and I was very protective of Ellie. I was breastfeeding, so she was very tied up to me.
How long did you breastfeed?
Until she was a year and a half.
Okay. During that 3 months when you had to go into work during the day?
Yeah, I breast pumped it at my job, kept my cooler, like I did the whole thing.
Okay. And during that period of time, again, was there like a Sunday afternoon with Nana? You know, was there a set schedule to where?
No, they will come home around the time that they will leave work. They'll come home and spend time with me and Ellie a little bit. Me and Ellie will go to bed at 7:30. So the period of time is from the time they got there till me and Ellie went to bed. So it was very small amount. I never complained of that.
And then Mr. Ray would come in after he did his Uber and if he went to do any
Mr.
extra.
Ray always came, you know, after Ellie was down.
Okay. And that continued for the whole 8 months that y'all were there?
Yeah,
Okay, so then you move out
yes,
into your house.
yeah.
And so if you would, let's pick up from there and kind of explain to the judge, if you would. Did your schedule change? Were you still working from home?
No, I've been employed by Medify since I got employed after the 3 months of having Ellie. I've
Okay,
been
so,
there.
but when you moved out, say August, September, when you bought your house sometime, did your job stay the same?
Yeah,
Were you still working from home?
yes,
Okay. And so Mr. Ray, was he still in Nashville?
he moved out to Nashville, like I said, before I moved out of the basement. Like, he already went on to Nashville, did his own thing.
Yeah, I think I said wrong. I think you said
Yeah,
he moved out in August. You didn't buy your house till April.
yes.
Okay, I apologize.
Until later on.
Right.
He was in Nashville, you know, Ubering. He saw Ellie whenever he could. It was more of a hassle for me because he will always, and this is something that has always been the problem with us, is that he can keep his word about things. Like he will say, hey, let's do this, let's do that, and then things will get twisted, and that started conflicting with my job, and that's when we started having issues.
Okay, so from August when he moved out till April, when you bought the house and moved out, did he come to the basement to visit Ellie, or how often?
He will come, like, he will tell me, hey, do you want me to get Ellie today? It's the weekend, maybe you want some time. He will come to the basement, to his mama's house, get Ellie, and take her.
And where would he take her? You know?
He will go to Nashville sometimes, or visit his dad here in Dixon, just whatever they did.
Okay, did he keep her ever overnight?
Yeah, he did. He kept it some overnight out there in Nashville.
Okay, so was it routinely every week?
No, that's the thing. We never had a set schedule. It always depended on what he wanted, Never was able to keep a steady schedule because his schedule wasn't steady. So we did whatever he could, and that was fine.
And did you ever refuse him?
No.
Huh.
No, we had agreements. For example, if Ellie wasn't feeling well, since I was the one taking her to the doctor, I didn't want her to go with him because I couldn't follow through to her symptoms. Because when you go to the pediatrician, they say, okay, when was the last time she
I'm
had
gonna
fever?
object as to what anything that the pediatrician would say. It's hearsay.
Your Honor, again, I mean, I apologize.
It's hearsay.
Abstain.
So there's certain requirements when you take a child to the doctor. And I couldn't follow through when he had Ellie because it was difficult to communicate with him. Sometimes we'll be arguing, he'll block me. So when she was sick, I wanted to keep Ellie. That's about the only time that I may have said no.
And then if you ever went to the doctor, did you inform him that you were going?
Yes, I asked him to take Ellie because, I was working too. And I asked him, hey, today I have this going on. Can you please help me with Ellie? No, I can. I'm doing something. So I have invited him into Ellie's care many times, and he declined.
Now, so again, I kind of went backwards there because I had the time frames wrong. April, you buy your house and you move out. So let's talk about that time frame from April of 2023.
Okay, so I want to say I bought my house. It needed to be painted because it was an older home. It got
And
painted.
tell the judge where that house is.
It's in
What's the address?
Dixon, Tennessee.
Okay.
I live there. The house needed to be painted. It got painted. I finally moved in all the way in September.
Okay. So from April to September, you were still in the house.
August, I bought the house. September, moved in.
August, you bought the house. Okay. I've got my time frames off as far as what that's concerned, but it took about a month to get the house.
It did. It needed to be painted. There's certain things that needed to make it safe for Ellie.
And so since that time, what was the schedule that y'all followed?
All of a sudden one day, I don't recall really the exact date. It was sometime in September. He told me, hey, I got this new job. He didn't say where. He just told me that he got a new job and that his schedule was changing and he was working 4 days a week and Saturdays. Every Saturday he had to. And I was like, okay, fine. And, we worked it around that.
Okay. And so how often would he, and that was when?
That was in September that he
Of-
let
of-
me know about this change in his schedule.
Of 2023?
Mm-hmm.
And so what did he start getting her at that point in time?
He started getting her once a week and then from Saturday to Sunday afternoon.
Once a week?
I think it was like a Wednesday afternoon till Thursday
So he'd
morning.
So he would spend one night each week with the
Yeah,
child?
yeah.
And then have one afternoon?
Yes, I believe so. Yeah, he will say he will have one day off. He will come to Dixon to pick her up around 5, 6, take her to Nashville, and then he'll bring her back to me the next day. Like the next day, I believe. And then on the weekends, he'll have her Saturday evening till Sunday that I will come get her, evening too.
Okay. So starting basically September of last year, 2023, y'all started having a schedule.
Yes, I wouldn't say a schedule, but yes, he had a more of a steady schedule, and I kind of knew more about when he was getting her, yes.
Okay, and that effectively was 2 nights a week, not together,
No,
sometime during the work week.
once a week and then on the weekends.
And then one time on the week, one night on the weekend.
Yes.
And how did she adapt to that?
She will cry sometimes when she will go with him. And I even told him, she's just trying to get adjusted to everything. Make it fun, take her out, take her to lunch. This has always been my approach with him. Always wanted him to make his time with her enjoyable. And he will tell me that I was just materialistic. And it's not that, it's that children need entertainment. And just taking Ellie to an apartment in Nashville is not something that she's gonna really enjoy. But he took her to parks and made it enjoyable, and Ellie adjusted well to that. She did good.
Okay. Did he said he got a new job. Did he ever start providing you any support for your daughter?
Now, you see, I never asked him how much, you could literally ask me about his financials and I wouldn't know because his financials had no bear on Ellie or me. And, that was not his strong suit. He never offered. I did ask him a few times to contribute in certain things, and he also declined. Tell me that he was not responsible for buying toys for her that were going to my house. He was not responsible for buying clothes that she wore in my house. He, always decline. So you get to a certain point that you just don't want to ask anymore.
Did the schedule change at any point in time?
It did. When we finally got into a big argument, and after just several episodes of him just verbally abusing me and just like acting erratic, I told him that I just didn't feel comfortable with Ellie going down there overnight. And I let him know in a text message.
You may.
Ms. Wheatley, you said y'all started having some issues, things like that. I want to tell you about this and ask you, is that a series of text messages with that?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, in his phone, what do you have?
Ellie's dad.
Okay, and again, on December 29th of 2023, tell me who the light color and who the dark color is.
The light color is him and the green is me.
Do you know what was precipitated? I already knew at that, and I don't smoke weed, and filthy pill popper. What was your response?
I say filthy pill popper, question mark, really, question mark. Yup, you heard me.
Okay, then he responded, "Yep, you heard me." What's the next response?
Then I put a clown face, then I say funny, bye. And then,
At that point in time, that was December.
yes,
You heard Mr. Rose say on his, questioning of, cross-examining and re-cross-examination, he said he never raised the issue of you doing drugs.
yeah.
What did you take as him calling you a filthy pill popper?
I took it as just him being him.
And did you go at that point in time and have a drug test?
No.
Well, sure.
Oh,
Did you not, at the beginning of this, go and do a drug test?
oh, yes.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
And again, we filed that with the court, and what was the results of that?
It was negative.
Okay. Are you a filthy pill popper?
No, ma'am.
You may.
You prefaced that, said something, he said, "And I don't smoke weed." You heard, he stated that in December of 2023, but now he's admitted it.
Yeah.
Go on. He wrote you, "Yeah, I figure you didn't want to talk about it." What is your response?
Ha ha ha, you have hit rock bottom, dude.
Yeah. Are you naked? Let me see them titties.
Yeah,
That offensive to you?
yes.
No objection.
All right.
All I see is you, and this is dated November 7th, about a month prior to that. All I see is you trying to hold me down some more by not buying a car for your baby daddy, which would put food in your baby's mouth. What is that?
So he got really mad at me because I purchased a car, and he was working at the dealership, and he was mad that I didn't purchase it from him. We had a discussion prior about that, and I told him that I couldn't afford a dealership car, that I had $8,000 to spare for a car. And he got really mad when he found out that I bought it elsewhere, and that's where this happened.
Okay, so, and then need some
And then he
smiley
say,
emojis, and can you say sleazy?
he called me sleazy.
And what was your response?
And then I told him that my friend upgraded and he sold I bought a car. I didn't buy from a dealership.
Whatever excuses makes you feel better, darling. Your response?
I had a tight budget. And,
Feed your friends' kids. Clap, clap, and a heart emoji.
and I say, haha, I feed Ellie, not you.
Okay. And at this point in November 7th, 2023, how much financial support is this man gave you for your daughter?
0.
All right.
November 7th goes on. Okay. What does, again, it appears you wrote GTFOH. What does that mean?
Well, you know what it means.
Okay,
I was
that-
being
that's
rude.
That's a vulgar statement, isn't it?
That's me.
You were ugly.
I was being ugly that day.
But his response, you're so funny. If everyone else seems crazy, it's not them, it's you. Ha 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 ha. What was your response?
I say, go smoke some more and be thankful I don't take your blip blip to court and put you down some more with child support. That is rightfully Ellie's. You make me sick.
And then his response, I'm not scared of court because they will see everything you said and done to me and my family. They will see the manipulative, egotistical, mentally and emotionally abusive person that everyone else is seeing. You put too many things in text, so the proof is on all of our phones. Mic drop.
Yes?
Just kind of show the tone and tenor of y'all's relationship at this point in time. Was that anything?
Yes. Yes, our relationship was not good.
Next one, May 25th of 2023. Okay, just checking. I'm concerned about you. And that's from him. And what was your response?
I say, you are? Ha ha ha. You never was. You left me alone with Ellie a lot when I wasn't too well.
Yeah. You're a victim. We get it. That's played out now.
I guess you wasn't too worried of my crazy then. It's crying, laughing.
No one has sympathy because you get every hand that feeds you. Who was feeding you? Certainly not him.
No.
Well, who was feeding you?
I was curious about that too.
Who's feeding your daughter?
Me.
Who's providing shelter for your daughter?
Me.
That is it.
All right.
Thank you. November 7th of 2023. That just made your case 10 times worse. You don't care about Ellie's relationship with her father. You just want a check for spreading your legs. I'm sorry, sweetheart, but any good old hoe can do that. Old whore can do that. You don't get paid just because you did the same. What was your response?
So go take your messages and go cry elsewhere.
What was the date of that text? I don't think I saw that
November
one.
7th of 2023.
Judge, if I may view the exhibit, I didn't see that one when we were doing it, please. No, I did not see that one. I
Yes,
read
ma'am, I
through
did.
them all.
I resent the implication.
Mm-hmm.
Called you a whore.
That was something that he always tell me, that I was a whore. If I look good, I was a whore. If I look bad, I was disheveled.
Well, if you were to prostitute yourself, wouldn't it be to somebody who had money? I'm sorry, I'll withdraw that question. It's argumentative. Now, Your Honor, may I approach again?
You may.
Well, I was just, Ms. Duke implicated that I had done something inappropriate in hiding something and not handing it to her. So I wanted to go back when you take a break to show that I did not do that, as she implicated to the court. And Your Honor, as on the result of
Judge,
that,
I'm gonna
passed to
object
her.
for just a moment. That's not accurate. I said I didn't see it when she handed it to me. That doesn't implicate Ms. Roberts doing anything wrong. That is absolutely ridiculous.
I interpreted it that she had said she had not seen it. You said you had shown it to her, and she said she didn't remember seeing it. I did not interpret that to mean that there was any implication of anything being wrong. We'll take a
you,
recess,
Judge.
and you two need to cool off.
All right.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Now, after those series of text messages that we introduced, May, November, December, did you arrange the photograph of your text?
Yes, that was something that I always did. I always wanted Ellie to have memories with her dad.
So again, this would be
That was on January for Ellie's first birthday,
2023.
3.
This is her first birthday.
Yes,
Who paid for these pictures?
I did.
Did you provide him copies?
Absolutely.
Okay. I'm just gonna, we're gonna make it.
This is picture day. Recently on her daycare, he stated that he didn't get the chance to buy them. I bought them and I sent them to him. This is for Father's Day. I arranged for Ellie and her father to take pictures and I pay them. Christmas also, arranged them and pay for them. Yeah,
Does he provide copies and provide it all?
always.
Working his next exhibit from 14.
And so, did y'all continue, you talked about at some point y'all were doing this, he was getting her one night a week and one night on the weekend.
Yeah.
And then that changed after these text messages and things like that started going, is that correct?
It started changing. Our relationship went from amicable to just let's work it out, let's see how it goes. But always constant argument. He always was verbally abused to me, always put me down, started threatening with welfare checks or well checks. He was gonna call the cops and send them over to my house to check on Ellie because I was working and I wouldn't send a picture to him. I started talking about my mental state. Just, I saw a change in him and I feel like he was being influenced by somebody and he was trying to get, he had ideas on where he felt like he needed to prove that I was an unfit mom. And that was his approach constantly. Threats and just trying to cause me to get angry with him. Does that?
After you moved out, did you invite him and his family over to your home to visit?
Yes, against to what he said, he was invited to my house in October. We was taking fall pictures. Like I say, no matter what, I carry on. He was invited to the fall pictures. He came to my house. He picked us up. We went to the shoot. He knew where we lived. He knew where I was moving. His whole family knew where I was moving. Like I say, they were participant of the whole thing. They were invited to our housewarming party too. So,
And did they come?
no, they declined.
Okay. How many occasions do you recall that he's been in your home?
He's been in my house several times. He came in October. He came, he came to get Ellie from my house when I told him that I didn't feel comfortable with Ellie spending nights with him. He will come to my house and see her on several occasions. I provided with proof of that.
Okay. And after we went to court and we established a residential schedule.
Well,
what-
we met in Walmart.
Okay, and so the first time that you met, you heard the officer testify when we were here before. Can you explain to me what transpired?
The first visitation that we had scheduled went great. I went there, dropped Ellie off, everything was great. Second, that's when the whole situation happened. We went there, me and Charles, that's my fiance, had plans to go to Nashville to his apartment and have a date. We was dropping Ellie off before. I was talking to him, we parked, and I got out of the car, got Ellie out of her car seat. The intentions was to just drop off. All of a sudden, I turn around, I see his mom and him, his mom with a camera, and just felt extremely scared, threatened, and again, just intimidated. I told him what was the purpose of the video. He didn't respond. I asked him to please back off. I asked her to please back off. I told them that that was not right. I felt that it was not, according to the law. And, he didn't give me any leeway to move. I was trying to get Ellie in her car seat. I was trying to move, and he was like right on top of me. His mom was right behind him. The video shows that. He became very aggressive with me. His mom, I told his mom to back off. He told me, don't talk to my mom that way, and then started to approach me. And then that's when Charles came out of the car, tried to cool the situation down. He told me he was gonna have his sister whoop me. And, we left.
Okay. But anyway, were you under did you believe that it was legal for somebody to videotape you?
No,
No. I've explained to you it's perfectly fine.
you did. You explained to me that it was perfectly fine and all that. The problem was, I didn't know what they were doing it. And even though they say they wanted the reaction of Ellie saw them before that. It's not like Ellie hasn't seen them for 4 months and they were trying to get the reaction of a child seeing her father for a long time. That's not the case. And I believe that they were doing it without alternative motives.
You had a visitation a couple of weeks before.
Yeah. Ellie stays with them. So I don't understand the purpose of the filming. His mom tried to antagonize me. And, I just felt like I needed to go, take my daughter to safety and go.
Now, there's one thing, let me. And I was asking you earlier, after the horror text message and the show me your titties and all that stuff, Ellie's birthday came around just a few days later after a couple of months after you'd gotten these hateful text messages.
Yeah, no matter what he say, I always try to keep it about Ellie. I always invited him to things. I never, excluded him from things. I invited him to this shoot. I invited him to the birthday party and all that.
Okay, so that was her second, that was
Her second birthday, yes.
but that was just a photo shoot, that wasn't the party.
No, this was just the shoot. She gets a shoot on each birthday.
So did you allow him at your paid for shoot to take solo pictures with y'all?
Yeah, I send them all to him.
This one you'll make it easy. And then is this her second birthday or first?
Yeah, that's the birthday party that I plan. My relationship with his parents, meaning his mom, his stepdad, his dad, and his stepmom, was strained. I did not extend an invitation to them. I extended an invitation to him and his sister because his sister will be bringing her cousin, and she's so close to her cousin. So I wanted him present, so I invited her.
Even after those hateful messages?
Yeah.
Okay. And is that a photograph of them?
Yeah, in the birthday party. I took the photos.
Did you provide it to him?
Yeah.
Your Honor, we'll move those in as the next cumulative exhibit. Ms. Wheatley, are you still working at the same place?
Yeah.
And you assisted me in completing.
Yes, that's correct.
That's one. We have the supporting documents, but again, what is your rate of pay?
Right now it's about 26 something.
$26 and something an
Yeah,
hour?
and some change.
And using those, we completed an income and expense statement that you're grossing about $6,202.91 a month.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
I will say so.
And then you have these other expenses that you're paying for, is that right?
That's correct.
Including after you moved out of his parents' basement where you were paying $400, $200 and then $400.
Yeah.
You're providing all the care for your child.
Yes.
Does that include daycare expense?
No, it's not including the daycare because after I submitted this before the childcare.
Right,
that she's on
we had
now.
had daycare as $100 and that's no longer correct. Is that?
No, not correct.
How much are you paying for daycare?
I pay $180 a week.
$180 a week, and that needs to be amended to reflect 180, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And where does she go to daycare?
She goes here in Dixon.
Okay, and she go Monday through Friday while you're at home working?
Yeah. Well, it depends really. Like I say, I have a lot of freedom with my job. If I'm not having a busy week, I have my daughter at home. I don't send her. But yeah, I pay for Monday to Friday.
Okay. Have you ever received any notification from Mr. Ray about what his work schedule is?
No, I have not. I was actually surprised at how he was back working for his mom and stepdad, which is good. I'm glad. I'm happy for him.
And again, last couple of things. He had said when we were coming to court that you had kept your daughter from him.
Yeah, he said that even his mom stated that I don't agree with it, and I have provided proof that that's not the case.
In January, before we came to court and all of this happened, did you invite him into your home, and are those pictures illustrating him visiting?
Yeah, this is one of the visits that I actually took a photo of just because I wanted to, in case, yes, I did take a photo of him visiting Ellie in my home. This is my home.
And that wasn't the only occasion when he was coming over and
No,
visiting?
he has come several times to my home.
Your Honor, did I move the income and expense statement in? We'd move the income and expense statement in as the next exhibit. Okay. Okay.
That's the pictures.
And then the next picture, the series of photographs, 2 photographs. Okay. Ms. Wheatley, what do you think the best residential schedule? We have filed a parenting plan with this wherein he's getting an every other weekend residential schedule and alternating holidays. Do you think that's appropriate residential time with your daughter?
I think whatever we have been doing is good. We're doing good with it. Ellie has a schedule, Ellie has a routine, Ellie has an expectation. You know, when she sees her dad, she's excited, she's happy, you know, and this is I will say, this is a good, healthy setup.
And again, you've done this all without any support from him.
Absolutely.
Holidays,
Yes.
particularly before we get into a final hearing, the most pressing scenario is the holidays that we have coming up. Our Thanksgiving coming up, I think next week, week after next, or next week, and then Christmas. Now, what is your preference as far as the holiday scenario?
To be honest with you, if we were in a situation where we could get along, I would like to share them. But, you know, it proves here that it's not gonna be possible. Obviously, I'm gonna want my daughter for every holiday. I love her, I want her in my life, and I wanna be in her life. But if, you know, I'm not familiar with the schedules that is a form.
Well, again, we have filed something where you alternate, and again, my question is, do you uniquely Thanksgiving, you've been in the United States for a number of years,
Yeah,
but again, your home country may celebrate holidays in a different way.
yeah.
Typically Thanksgiving, is that something that you typically celebrate?
No, that's why we talked about it, and I was like, if he wants to have her Thanksgiving, he can have her Thanksgiving, that's fine.
That's just not a holiday you typically
No, not really.
have. At this point, just for the 2024 year, we'll get
Yes,
into the later.
if that's, yeah,
Are you anticipating you're engaged to be married?
I am.
And who are you engaged to be married to?
His name is Charles White.
And where does Mr. White live?
Right now, he is staying with me temporarily. I brought proof of he's building a home
And where?
in Gatlinburg.
Gatlinburg? Goodletts? Okay,
Gatlinburg.
Is that in-
Somewhere in Nashville.
okay, Goodlettsville. Okay.
Yes.
And so he's building a home there.
Yes.
And do you anticipate y'all going to live there or live here?
I'm not really sure. I want to make sure that in our whatever parental plan, I'm allowed to a certain mileage of moving around,
Right.
if that's okay.
But immediately this Thanksgiving, you don't have any plans to celebrate with his family who are?
Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah, I will spend the Thanksgiving with his family.
Okay, but this year you're fine with Ellie spending it with,
I'm not really fine, but I'm agreeing to it.
okay. And then, again, Christmas. Tell me what you do, what is your traditional Christmas celebration?
Christmas, we usually spend it the 24th. We wait till, in our religion, I'm Catholic. In our religion, we say that Virgin Mary gave birth around 12. So we wait till 12, till baby Jesus is born. So that's pretty much what we do. We celebrated the 24th Eve through the 25th.
And again, I haven't introduced those, but when you went back to Peru, did you have your child baptized there?
Yes, he was present with it. He agreed with it. That's another thing that has made me very concerned about Ellie's upbringing. He wants to go against everything that he agreed in the past. He was there for her baptism. He is trying to reject everything Catholic.
What do you mean?
I will send my daughter with her, we wear jewelry, and I send her with a little saint. And then when she comes to my house, it's twisted because it's a certain image, it goes a certain way. And it's twisted, it appears that she takes it off of her. And this is made out of gold, so it's not gonna rotten, nothing is gonna happen to it. And I made it clear to him that just keep it there, that's part of our culture. He refuses. He just wants to go back to what we had agreed. Now it's becoming a thing where, this is Ellie's upbringing. You were fine with her being baptized Catholic, and now you're going against it.
Well, and again, other than having a twisted saint medallion, what saint does she have on her?
The Lord of the Milker.
Okay. And what does that represent?
It's a saint. It was, it's a Catholic imaged representation of the Lord being crucified in the cross. It's something that we believe faithfully. He's taking her to church with his family. That's fine. That's okay. But he never let me know, or, I just feel like he's just crossing a lot of lines in regards to that. But
It's a Christian church.
it's a Christian church. And I told him, that's okay.
But again, she was baptized Catholic.
Yeah, she was.
What is that photograph?
That's Ellie's baptism in my city, Chiclayo, Peru. Colton was there, and my sister was the godmother, and my brother was the godfather.
Okay. Your Honor, we'll move that in as the next exhibit. Okay. So y'all typically celebrate Christmas on Christmas Day, correct?
Yeah, I mean, we do Christmas Eve, Christmas Day. That's Peruvian way. In here, they do it how they do it.
Okay. Well, how have y'all done Christmas in
With
the-
Ellie?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, we do the American way.
Okay. In fact, last year, what did y'all do in 2023? How did y'all divide?
My sister came to visit me from Peru. We made lots of plans. We celebrated the Peruvian way. We celebrated since the 24th to the 25th, right? We did the presents, all that. I sent Ellie to his house. His mom requested time, for Ellie to spend some time with them during the Christmas holidays. Even though on Thanksgiving, she declined to see Ellie. I offered to see Ellie. She told me she was in Memphis, couldn't happen. I was like, okay. Christmas, I say, do you all want to do something with Ellie? She said, yes. Can I have Ellie on the 25th? I say, sure. And I sent her. There was an issue on that also, and that's another thing that really affected me. Ellie came home from that visit with no presents. 0 presents. And I was like, why is she not with any presents? And then she told me that because that was the presents.
No.
What-
Was this I
is
can
this
clarify.
Okay.
I can clarify.
Sustain the objection.
You had a conversation with his mother.
Sorry.
Okay, but again, she's not a party here, so you can't say what she said. That's
Okay.
hearsay.
Okay.
Okay.
I raised the subject to his mom and his sister. Why is Ellie not here with any presents? I was told
Okay, you can't say what they
Okay.
said, but she didn't bring anything home from their house.
no presents, and I have another pictures where she kept all her presents.
And again, whether you agree with that, your child's not wanting for anything at your house. is
No,
she?
she's not. The problem was like, okay, so my daughter's coming to your house, you're giving her presents, she's excited, and then she doesn't get her presents. She comes home with no presents. I didn't want her to be upset about not having her brand new presents. That was the problem. She
Have
got
you-
plenty of presents for Christmas.
But have they sent anything
No.
that you've not sent back if they've requested it or done anything?
The only thing that he was always adamant about was the tablet. One tablet that Ellie had for a Christmas present on 2022. And he'll always ask for it. He'll say, bring the tablet back, bring the tablet back. And I'm like, she uses the tablet. And then I said, why don't you buy a tablet?
Who bought it initially?
Her grandma
Okay.
bought it for Ellie.
Okay, so there was a previous issue that they had a gift and was it going back and forth with her?
Yeah, the tablet went back with him when she was with him. The tablet came back. There was a few times that I have two vehicles. I had two vehicles. I will forget the tablet. He will make me drive around, go get the tablet. I was like, why don't you just get an extra tablet? I mean, I've spent all this money on Ellie. Can't you just do one thing? Just get one extra tablet. No, that's my parents. They gave it to her, and when she comes here, she needs to bring that tablet. I gave him another tablet, so we'll stop fighting. I gave him a brand new tablet, another tablet. So he has another tablet, and I have the tablet that Ellie had as a present.
Okay. So how would you like to divide the Christmas? How long she went over there on Christmas Day last year, correct? From when to when?
Yeah, she went from 12, I think it was like from 12 to 5 or something like that. I'm not really sure.
And I passed you a picture, is that it?
Yeah, this
We'll
is it.
move that in as the next exhibit. So do you want to share that day, and you have her in the morning and them have her in the afternoon on the 25th?
Well, I definitely want Ellie to spend Christmas morning with me. And then whatever else he wants to do, we can do it.
Okay, so you would like her from Christmas Eve to Christmas Day this year?
Is that okay? If that's okay?
Well, that's what I'm asking.
Yes.
Okay. You want to be designated, again, we're here just on a temporary matter, and only thing we're here about is an extension of the residential time, but again, you want to be designated as the primary residential parent, is that correct?
Yes,
Who has done the day-to-day caregiving of this child throughout this child's life?
I have.
Overruled.
I have.
Who's provided financially?
I have.
Who's arranged her doctor's appointments?
I have.
Who has arranged daycare, and
I have arranged every care that she has had.
have you tried your best to work with him so that he can be a part of y'all's daughter's life?
I have. I have repeatedly asked him to work it out with me, asked for therapy. He declined therapy. I feel like I'm here wrongfully.
Okay. And again, you did, and we can pull out again.
Yeah.
You sent him a text message asking him to go to therapy, so something where y'all could learn to co-parent.
Yes,
And his response was what?
I don't need therapy.
That's all, thank you.
Ms. Duke, you may cross-examine.
Do you want this court to believe that you've done everything that you can to work with Mr. Ray, is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. And you've got all these text messages about all these things, but you didn't produce a text message about him requiring you to run around and go get that tablet from another vehicle, did you? You didn't produce that text today, did you? Yes or no?
no,
Okay. And last Christmas, is it convenient that you said 12 to 5 was the visitation? Do you not recall it being 11 to 2? You gave him 3 hours on Christmas, didn't you?
I don't recall the exact hours, but
Okay, but it was minimal compared to what you had, is that correct? Yes or
Yes.
no? Okay. And you understand that
may I intervene?
do you understand, no, you've already answered the question. You
Well, Your Honor,
understand,
she has the absolute right to explain her answer.
I was already started on the next question.
Well, allow the witness to answer fully the question. If she wants to supplement her answer, there's no reason not to allow that. So,
This is the amount of time Rhonda Reed requested. That was not imposed by me.
Okay. On Christmas last year, you understand that the Christmas break is 2 weeks long.
I don't understand Christmas break
Your
in
Honor, I'm
America.
going to object, is there is not a Christmas break that's 2 weeks long. This is a 2.5-year-old, almost 3-year child. It'll be a 3-year-old child.
In a parenting plan, the Christmas break is 2 weeks. It's always 2 weeks.
I have to make this decision, and it's clear to me, we're talking about a two-year-old child, and it is not enrolled in school, and therefore there is not a 2-week Christmas vacation. Now, when the child becomes a fully enrolled, in school, that will be applicable. But as has been pointed out, this is a temporary motion in a case. It's not the final hearing. So it is, in my opinion, not relevant whether there is a 2-week or not a 2-week vacation period during the school year.
During the Christmas holiday season, you allowed Mr. Ray to have 3 hours, is that correct?
Yes,
And regarding doctor's appointments, you make those but don't tell him about them so that he can attend those doctor's appointments, is that correct?
no,
Okay, when was the last doctor's appointment for the child?
a few months back.
Okay, and did you tell him about the doctor's appointments?
We don't speak on that term anymore. We used to before, and I used to let him know. Now
Okay.
we're fighting, so
So
we're not
when-
really.
So when you testified just now that you let him know, that wasn't accurate because you haven't.
He is
let-
free to
No,
call.
if you'll let me finish, because you have not let him know when you scheduled an appointment, correct?
He made it known to me.
Yes or no first?
It's a, you may not agree with what she's phrased, but she's asking you to either agree or disagree with what she's saying, and then you can explain your answer.
Okay,
Yes or no? You let him know about doctor's appointments.
no.
Okay.
May I further speak on that?
If you need to explain it further, go ahead.
Ever since this lawsuit has went through, he told me that he will find independently on his own Ellie's appointments because he has the freedom to call the pediatrician anytime he wants and figure it out himself.
Do you have that text message where that was said here with you today to prove that to this court?
This is my testimony of what engagement I had with him.
Okay. And it was also your testimony that Mr. Ray and his mom were harassing you at Walmart at one of the exchanges, but in the video, it was clear they were not harassing you.
That's your view.
Okay. Well, I mean, the court even said something about that the child wanted to go with Mr. Ray. The court made that observation.
Yes, they did.
Okay. And you tell the officer in that discussion with the officer that she got up in your face, but she didn't even, the grandmother did not even approach you.
That's not correct.
Okay. Regarding the Christmas presents, did you keep all of your child's Christmas presents at your house or did you send them all with her when she went to
If
visit?
Ellie wants to-
If you'll let me finish. When she went to visit Mr. Ray, did you send her Christmas presents with her when she went to visit Mr. Ray?
Yeah.
What did you send?
Teddy bears, dolls, whatever she takes with her, I let her take.
Okay. Regarding the issues you have with the saint that she wears, is that around her neck?
Yes.
Okay. And due to her age, due to strangulation and choking, kids don't keep jewelry on when they sleep, do they?
She doesn't wear it when she sleeps. Is that your question?
Yes. She shouldn't, should she?
I guess.
Okay, so if he took that jewelry off as a safety measure, and then she came back to you with it twisted or turned, somehow that's a slap in the face about your Catholicism?
May I speak on that?
You're the one testifying.
I asked him, why do you take it off? He never say why. Never gave me a reason.
Okay,
I told him,
but you take it off at night, right?
maybe sometimes, I'm not sure.
And this child's not had this saint on for the last 2 or 3 months, has she?
I decided not to send any jewelry to her anymore.
Okay. Just like you decided not to send any Christmas presents with her, right?
I never say that.
Objection, Your Honor. Assuming facts not in evidence, she testified that she lets Ellie bring anything she wants.
Sustained.
So if Ellie didn't make any sort of motion to bring anything from Mr. Ray's home on that Christmas morning, that shouldn't have been any issue, right?
Ellie was a year, how old was she on that Christmas? She was 2 years. What was the question again?
Okay. So if she didn't make a motion or say, hey, I want to take this with me, or
I'm not
grab
sure.
it, something, you fault him for her not wanting to bring her Christmas presents to your house.
I didn't fault him.
Okay, well, it sounded like that in your direct
No.
testimony. Was I wrong?
Yes, you're wrong.
Okay. And regarding that video, you didn't understand why the grandmother, Miss Reed, was videoing, but did you understand she had not been able to see your child for 3 months prior to that? Yes or no?
No, that's not correct. She was at my house.
Okay, when was she at your house prior to that video?
She was at my house before Thanksgiving. She was invited to my house several
Okay.
times.
But that video was in April, correct?
Okay,
Okay, so that's 5 months that this child hadn't seen her grandmother.
that's not correct. I let Ellie go to her with her dad several occasions before that. I assume he took her to his mama's house because that's where he lives.
Okay. And you threatened his mom, right, with harassment charges, said you were going to get harassment charges against her because she videoed her grandchild.
That's not a threat.
You didn't threaten her, yes or no?
No, that's not a threat.
But you said it, correct?
I've said it and I called the people about it and they told me that I will have to get a lawyer about it.
So you did try to take out a harassment charge for what happened in that video
Not from,
against your child's paternal grandmother. Is that correct?
not exclusively from what happened that day, from other occasions.
In any of the text messages you've produced or have, strike that, Judge. Regarding the text message where he asked you to see your titties, which I can agree with you that that's off color, okay? But that's how y'all played in your relationship, isn't it?
That's an assumption you're making. How do you know our relationship?
Okay. You guys sent nude pictures back and forth to one another, didn't you?
Probably.
Okay. You sent it was not abnormal for you to send pictures, and I hate this word, but it was not abnormal for you to send pictures of your titties to him.
Did you see the context of the text message?
Okay. I'm not testifying here.
Okay.
My question for you, it was not abnormal for you to send
It
pictures.
was abnormal in the context of conversation.
Okay. In the context of that one particular conversation, when you had regular titty pictures to him, correct?
Can we go back on the date of
Yes.
this text message?
Okay. Yes or no? You sent titty pictures to him.
Before? Yes.
Okay. And now that we're here in court, you want to take issue with him responding to you like that.
Yes, I do.
But it was not abnormal for him to request that and for you to oblige him, was it?
When we was trying to have a relationship, we did the normal thing that anybody does.
In any of your text messages that you've produced today, or any of the text messages that Ms. Roberts had, you said he was trying to prove you to be an unfit mom. I have yet to see one text message that implicates that. Do you have a text message that implicates that?
Yes, he threatened to call, well, check on my daughter several times, and I
Okay.
have the proof.
Okay, was that after you refused to respond to him for days at a time?
No.
Okay. Judge, if I may have a minute to find those text messages.
All right.
Is it fair to say that since your separation, he would send you regular text messages asking you how she was doing?
Since he sued me, he started to ask me about Ellie way more, yes.
Okay, well, he asked you back in July about her, see how she's doing,
July what year?
of 2023, is that correct?
Maybe. I can't see it.
I'm getting them all together, so it's cumulative, Judge.
Well, I want to see the whole thing.
You're welcome to see the whole thing. These two are the ones where he says the welfare check. Now, have you taken other people's prescription medication in the past?
Yes,
Okay. Specifically, so you've got all these issues with Mr. Ray, but you yourself have taken pain medication, specifically tramadol, without anybody's knowledge until after you've taken it, correct?
no,
Okay. Judge, may I approach?
You may.
It's a communication between you and Miss Reed, is that correct?
yes,
Okay. And in there, you say that you may have taken a pain medication, correct?
so I may have took a tramadol from that. I will go to fast pace tomorrow.
Okay. And so you took someone else's prescription medication that you did not have a prescription for, is that correct?
May I elaborate?
Okay. Yes
Answer
or
the
no?
question first, and then you can elaborate.
Yes or no?
I'm trying to gather my idea about the context of this, if you don't mind.
But it's a yes or no question. Did you take someone else's prescription medication?
Yes,
Okay. And what was that prescription medication?
tramadol.
And is that a text message between you and Miss Reed showing that you took that medication?
Yes,
Judge, I'd submit that as the next marked exhibit. What is the date of that?
May 28,
What year?
2023.
Did you get medication for someone else from Mr. Reed? What is that medication in that picture, ma'am?
Is alprazolam.
Okay, and you made sure that Jacob had that medication, is that correct?
I don't recall the incident.
Okay, if you'll read what you say in there, please.
Jacob needed this to take the edge off. I got a muscle relaxer.
Okay, and so you also got a muscle relaxer and you got Jacob one of those medications, is that correct?
This doesn't state that.
Okay, Judge, I'd submit that as the next marked exhibit.
All right.
Well, Your Honor, again, those were never shown to me.
Well, I can show them to you.
Well, it should have been shown before it went. So she handed me series of things, and none of those that you're talking about are in these. I tried to give Ms. Duke before I presented them.
Miss Ray, you tried to convince
Ms. Wheatley.
Miss Wheatley, that's my bad. Miss Wheatley, you also tried to give Mr. Ray Xanax, is that correct? Your prescription for Xanax?
You're talking about episodes that I don't recall.
Okay, so if I show you the text message.
Yes, I
you'll
would like.
recall it.
Did she identify whose hand this is?
Yes, because I said Mr. Reed, which is his father. Who is Mr. Reed to you? Who is Lance Reed?
Colton's stepdad.
And that's whose medication you had taken, is that correct?
No.
You object to the form of the question is assuming facts not in evidence. Well, again, Your Honor, I object that I didn't get a copy of those before they were introduced and had no, she's handing me one thing and then showing something else to the
To
witness.
make sure that we show each other whatever documents we're
happy
going
to.
to introduce.
I'll be happy to, Judge. On June the 6th, 2023, will you read me what you sent his mother? Mr. Ray's mother?
June 6, 2023. Oh my God. Oh my God. Colton is so wild. I let him know of my anxiety pills and I know he ain't got insurance or primary MD. So I say, hey, if you want to give them a try for a month, see how it goes. He got all defensive, acting like I'm some drug smuggler. Remind me not to be nice.
Okay, Judge, that's the next marked exhibit.
Again, who was these between?
Between Ms. Reed and Ms. Wheatley. And so you had offered Xanax to Colton and he turned it down, is that correct?
May I elaborate?
Yes,
You don't have to ask permission to elaborate if you want to elaborate.
you can elaborate, but answer the question first and then explain.
Yes, I did. I did because he has always suffered of anxiety and panic attacks. I feel like he always did drugs to make him feel better in regards to that. So every time I brought the subject of, hey, maybe you just need anxiety medication, he told me that he don't have a primary care doctor, insurance, or afford it. So I say, hey, I have some. Maybe you can try it for at least 3 months and see if it helps you.
Okay, so you were going to give him your prescription for Xanax, which would be an illegal narcotic for him, is that correct? An illegal drug for him because it's not prescribed to him, is that correct?
Yes,
Okay, were you trying to do that because you knew your relationship with him was headed south and you wanted
No.
him to test positive for a drug that he was not prescribed?
can we see the date on this?
Okay, June the 6th, 2023.
No.
Okay. Tell me the date of that text message, Ms. Wheatley.
It says May 20, 2023.
Okay, and are you offering to pick up Applebee's for the, Ms. Reed?
I'm in Applebee's. You want anything? No, we're good, thank you.
Okay, no, we're good, thank you, is what she says to you, correct?
I
Yes or
don't
no?
know.
Okay, that's your text message, right?
I don't know which one is me. Like, you're trying to make me identify me and her from this.
Okay, is that your name on that text message?
Above.
Okay, and did you ever offer Ms. Reed Xanax? I mean, you're offering
No.
her Xanax in that text
No.
message, are you not?
No,
So your testimony before this court under oath is that that is not you on the left side of that message.
I couldn't tell.
Read the rest of it.
You are right, need anything? I got Xanax.
Okay. You say, I've got Xanax. Just like you
I don't know
offered-
if I say
Okay.
this, ma'am.
Hold, please. Just like you offered Mr. Ray Xanax,
Your Honor, again, I'm going to object. The document speaks for itself. Ms. Duke testifying if she wants to ask a question, but her testimony is not needed.
Got to make sure it's a form of a question rather than just making a statement, and that the document does speak for itself. You may question her about the document itself.
so not only did you offer it to Mr. Ray, you also offered it to his mother, Miss Reed, in that text message.
In this text message on May 2020, 2023, I'm not offering anybody any Xanax.
Okay, what does the very bottom of it say?
I got Xanax.
Okay.
In
And
what
right-
context I'm offering somebody Xanax?
Judge, if I may approach.
You may.
You said, you all right. That's to Miss Reed, is that correct? You're asking if she's all right.
You're right.
Okay. And then you say, need anything, question mark. is that
Need
correct?
anything?
Okay. And then you say, I got Xanax and put a happy face on it, correct?
Yes.
I submit this.
And Your Honor, just as a continuing objection, this contains hearsay from a third party, and so we're objecting to anything unless she can identify unless it's a party. I understood that at some point these were messages between Mr. Ray and Ms. Wheatley, and I didn't interpose an objection. But I do interpose an objection that contains any hearsay from Ms. Rhonda Reed, I believe.
She's identified them, Judge. The last one was a little sketchy, but she did identify and say that she said those things.
Well, no, Your Honor, she did not. She said she didn't know who did them. Ms. Duke kept saying this is what that paper says. And yes, that's what that paper says. As to who is saying what, that's not been identified. And my objection is not to the introduction of them, it's to the hearsay contained in them. Your Honor's the trier of fact. You can disregard those. My client is admitted to party opponent statements that are contained in there. The other statements are what I object to.
She contests, sorry.
Well, number one, if it's being introduced to show some statement of this witness, then it would be admissible, even though it does contain statements made outside of the courtroom. But if it contains statements made by other parties, those statements would constitute hearsay, whether they're identified or not, if they're being introduced to prove the truth of the matter asserted in the statement. So it depends on the wording and what is actually being said. The fact that it contains a statement of another party made outside of the courtroom is not the determinative question. The determinating question is whether or not that statement is being introduced to prove what that other person says is or is not true. So for that reason, I will allow it as long as it contains a statement of this witness, but I will interpret it according to whether or not I can consider anything that the other person is saying.
And I have to approach with these if I have permission to do that. Now, this is 2024. Recognize this text message thread with those with
You wanted me to read them, right?
I just wanted you to look over them
Okay.
and familiarize yourself with them, please.
I recognize them.
Okay, so in this text message thread, does Mr. Ray ask you how the child's doing?
Yes.
Is that fair?
It doesn't say a time.
Okay, it says 9:05, is that correct?
I don't know the date.
Okay, July the 3rd, is that correct?
Yes.
July the 2nd, 9:05, July the 2nd, and then it continues.
This is where my phone broke, yes.
And he asks you how's my baby doing? Can I video call her sometime today? Is that correct?
Yes, that's what it says.
He asks again, how's my baby? That happened on July the 3rd, and then July the 4th, he asks you how she's doing.
This repetitive interaction was because I couldn't respond to him, my phone broke. And as you know, it takes a little bit to get the phone
We can
back.
still go through it.
Okay.
He says, I'm worried something has happened. If I don't hear from you, I'm going to send for a welfare check. Please answer me and let me know that my daughter is okay. And then he begs again, Katie, please let me know if my daughter is okay. And he says, this isn't funny cool at all. Is my daughter okay? And that's all the way up to July the 7th, correct?
Yes.
Okay. How is my daughter doing? This isn't funny, Katie. I want to talk to her. And that's continued on July the 7th, correct?
Yes. From 4th to the 7th, is that what you're
Okay,
saying?
well, it's going all the way to 8 here. Just let me know if my daughter is okay, please. I miss her and I'm worried about her. So when he offered the welfare check, it's because you weren't responding. Is that correct?
This is not the first time he has done the thread of welfare
Okay,
checks.
but in this particular
This will have been
case-
fitted, yes.
Okay, and you don't fault him. He was genuinely concerned about this child. Is that fair?
I don't know his emotions.
Okay. Well, do you know his emotions from reading these text messages?
I didn't get the text messages until way later when everything was kind of coming down. I didn't see the text messages and didn't care.
Okay. So, when did you finally respond to him?
I don't know. I don't recall.
Okay. Judge, I'd submit this as the next marked.
Mark it next in order.
When we were in court the first time, you agreed to a schedule for Mr. Ray, correct? A visitation schedule,
Yes, I offer it.
okay? An every other weekend schedule, and as the parties could agree, correct?
Yes,
Okay? And the order specifically said that if he were available, that he could pick the child up from daycare. Is that correct?
yes,
Okay. And he's repeatedly asked you where the child went to daycare, has he not?
no,
He never asked you where daycare
he asked me
was?
once.
Okay. So when he asked you where daycare was, what did you say?
I don't recall.
You don't recall what you said about where daycare was?
I don't recall the answer to the question that you just asked.
Okay, but you refused to tell him where the child was in daycare.
I recall telling him, asking me about the daycare, and I don't recall the context of my answer.
Okay, and he's had some Fridays off. You
I don't
knew-
know his schedule. I
Okay.
just now found out.
Okay, but he's had text messages with you asking you to get to pick the child up from daycare, correct?
Yes, he does.
Okay, and what has your response been?
I've been doing this. I think that's may have been the context of the answer. I've been doing this since Ellie was born. I don't think it's fair for you to want to change everything now.
Okay, you didn't want him upsetting her routine of being in daycare, correct? That's what you told him. That was your excuse, correct?
That was not my excuse.
Oh, it wasn't?
No, I told him that it was difficult. First, when he asked, I was like, I'm just now got her familiar with the daycare, like just now. Because first she struggled, just like any kid. And now he wants to disrupt it and take her out of daycare on whatever week he was asking. And I was like, no, that's not healthy for Ellie. She's just now getting to know the teachers. She's just now being potty trained. She's just now liking the daycare.
Okay, but what I heard you testify to earlier is that you routinely, if you're not busy at work, have her at home with you out of daycare, correct?
Yes, on
Okay.
Fridays.
But that's not okay for him to do.
Every time he has asked,
You've said no, correct?
I did say no.
Okay. But you understand the court order provided for you two to work.
I gave him
Okay,
extra
if you'll let
time.
me finish. The court order provided for you to allow him to pick the child up.
I gave him extra time.
Okay. And the first time you told him where daycare was when he asked after our last court date. Is that correct?
That's not correct.
Okay. And the child is registered under Barrera. Is that correct?
Yes.
The child is not registered under Barrera Ray.
No.
Okay.
May I elaborate?
And why is that?
How do you say the word? I was in a rush trying to get her in the paperwork. I provided my lawyer another sign up because she just got into this daycare. She started in March. Before that, she was going to another daycare. It was an at-home daycare. On the contract in that daycare, her name is Noelle Barrera Ray. On this new, I was in a rush. I just put Barrera. He is on the emergency contact. So this narrative of me declining or doing this purposely is not real.
You agree that Barrera was the only name on
I did not agree to that.
that sign-up sheet.
Oh,
Have
I
you changed
the
it?
sign-up sheet? No, I haven't changed it. Can we agree on my daughter's name? Like, this is getting out of hand. My daughter has a name. We gave it to her. It's Noelle, no middle name, Barrera Ray.
I believe that's what we stipulated to earlier already.
No, that's not, ma'am. Oh, yes, that's correct. But at the first meeting that we had, it's like everybody's confused about her name. Even her own dad is confused about her name.
But you heard us stipulate that Barrera Ray is what he understood it to be, as long as you're putting Ray down, that there's not an issue, is there? Yes or
Is that a
no?
question?
Did you understand that when that was said before the court here a few minutes ago?
What was the question again?
Did you understand that the only issue he had is that you're refusing to put Ray at the end of her name?
No, that's not.
At the last, while she's reviewing that, at the last pickup and drop off, Mr. Ray had to console the child because she didn't want to go with you, did she? She was crying,
Yeah, she was crying.
screaming for daddy.
Were you there? No,
Okay. She was crying and didn't want to go
she
with
was
you.
crying.
Okay.
Yeah,
And he encouraged the child to go with you.
no,
Okay. He didn't say to you, you love your mama and you love,
No.
what's your boyfriend's name?
Charles.
Charles. And Charles is the one that got out of the car to get her. Is that correct? You didn't get out of the car to get her.
Yeah, he did.
Okay. And were you listening to what was said?
No,
Okay. Is there a reason as a co-parent that you can't get out of the vehicle and exchange your child with Mr. Ray?
well, the exchange with Ellie has been nothing set up. Like, he gets out of the car, he gets her. I get out of the car, he gets her. It's nothing like, oh, I send him every time or I go every time.
But when you see that your child's crying and upset for having to leave her dad, why would you not get out of the car?
Objection, Your Honor, assuming facts not in evidence, the court.
I got out of the
Miss-
car.
Ma'am, hold on.
Ms. Duke is making a statement of why the child was upset. That's not established. It's assuming facts not in evidence and speculating
Sustained.
at best.
She testified that the child was
Well,
crying.
you're making a statement about the child's mental situation, and I think that's the objection, is that it's assuming facts not in evidence.
She was crying, correct?
I got out of the car when I saw my daughter upset.
Okay.
She stopped crying immediately.
So you agree with me that she was upset?
She cried, yes.
Okay, so that is a fact.
Asked and answered.
Yes.
What video? The one we've already seen?
Is there any reason in particular that you have Mr. White in the exchange instead of me?
I started bringing Charles with me once things started getting chaotic, after that episode of the second drop off. I didn't want to wear a camera like Colton does because I don't want my daughter to see me with a camera. So I brought Charles as a witness in case anything happened.
I know, baby. I have to. We gotta go see Charles and your mommy. Yay! Okay, yes, it's okay, baby. Come here. Come here. I know, baby.
I do not like this time change.
I know, baby. It's okay. You love Charles and you love your mom. It's okay, baby.
It's not fun.
We just have a couple of minutes. We still got a little bit left. I'll walk her over in just a second. I know, baby. I know. Hey, stop crying and listen to me, okay? All right, listen. Listen, you're okay. I know you do, baby. I know you do. It's okay. You can go home with Charles and Mommy. Yes, and you love them. It's okay. Here, let's set your water down, okay? You want to take your bottle with you? Okay. I'm always with you, I promise, okay? I promise. I'm working on getting more. I promise. You're my everything, and I love you so much, okay?
My daddy.
I know, baby. I know, baby. If I could take you home and keep you forever, I would, I promise. I know, darling.
Your Honor, I'm objecting to
You okay?
the testimony of the child, the statements of the child.
Look, go to mama.
Can you pause that? What's the
I
objection?
love you, darling.
I'll do it after he finishes.
Bye, baby.
Are you playing the rest of it? Your Honor, I would just object to the statements of the child for the truth of them as proof of anything.
This child loves both his parents. Child wants to be with daddy and wants to be with mommy. And whose fault is that? Their fault. It's not the child's fault. And the fact that the child wants to be with the father ought to be accommodated. The child wants to be with the mother, that ought to be accommodated. But what these parties have, they're calling each other names. They're calling, well, at least some of that, failing to support this child. Neither of these people is pristine and without fault. Both of them have issues, and the person that suffers because of their issues and how they feel about each other is this child. She has done a lot of things that are good. He has done some things that are good. Obviously, the child wants to be with him. But the behaviors that both of them have, it's not just being there to play with a child. It's supporting a child, doing what the child needs, paying support financially to that child. And it's not just that. Calling the child's mother a whore, even in jest, and that was clearly not in jest. I understand the argument made about the fact that they had previously had a relationship that allowed them to, have sexual banter back and forth and send photographs or whatever. Sexting is called, I think. But that relationship stopped. And for him to then make that statement about her simply because of the fact that she might have been saying something about support for her daughter, or his daughter, and then for him to say that about a whore. Would you like for your child to be called a bastard? You wouldn't like that, would you? Well, what's the difference between that and then calling the mother of your child a whore? You're both doing everything that you can to alienate the child from the other, it seems to me. And as a result, your child is the only one who is going to really suffer the most in this situation. So, having said that, I've got to make a decision, and I'm going to let you all try your case. So go ahead.
That text messages with Mr. Ray in June where he asked to have the child for additional time and you deny it.
Is this the same thing you're asking her about? Is this an extra copy? Can I see it? Okay.
Yes, do you want me to read it?
Okay. But on what date is that done?
The text message doesn't have a date.
If I may approach. June the 5th?
Oh, sorry, it wasn't marked on the text. June 5th.
Okay. And he asked, will she be in daycare all day on Friday? Is that correct?
You're right here. So what about Friday? I told him that I wasn't gonna give up my Friday. I wanted to spend time with Ellie.
Not be in daycare all day.
Colton, life went on. Me and Ellie moved on. We have our own life and events, and Ellie moved on. We have our own life and events and routine. You can't pretend to impose yourself and change everything up. Ellie will suffer just because you, A, want to get more time, not pay child support, B, want to save face to your family, because as I saw yesterday, your mommy and sister are fueling this whole thing. Alan, Charles, and I thought it was very little of you to have your sister mean mug us.
Are you sensitive around them? Like somebody mean mugging you? How do you know somebody's mean mugging?
How do I know? When somebody's giving you a ugly look?
You don't know that that's not just their love.
I know because I know them. I live with them.
And what else did you say? Or what else did he say?
Just so I understand correctly, you're refusing to obey the court and your lawyer, correct? I say, have a good day. Just 1 second. 11:53 a.m., 10:01 p.m. This was cut up.
There's not any more text messages there, are there?
This was edited because I told him that that day we had an event. I remember this chat.
Okay, and for this chat from?
June 5th.
You had to reference the date, didn't you?
I refer to the date. I don't refer to the context. The context is altered. Have a good day. Okay, just wanted to make sure we were on the same page. Were you not there? I voluntarily agreed to this setup. We haven't even had a hearing, so court didn't order me. They approved.
If I can stop you there, court didn't order you to give him extra time on June 5th is what you're telling him in this text message, is that correct?
Yes, I was trying to explain to him that I agree to this. You know, it was an outside of court deal. It was voluntary. I offer it to my lawyer.
It was in the court order though.
It is a court order after. Yeah, I understand that, ma'am. They approved this agreed schedule. I voluntarily agree on, get educated. I will follow through with that. I agree. This week won't work. We got events. Stop this crap. What else? This is the same.
I'm sorry, if I could ask them to speak up when Ms. Duke is having a conversation about something and I'm not.
Mr. Duke, we need to be able, are you asking for that to be made an exhibit?
Well, that's why I just want that on the record. They were having a brief interlude and just speaking to one another, and it wasn't picking up and being recorded.
What?
Tell me the date of that one.
June 12th, 2024. Awesome. If I take half day tomorrow, could I get her from daycare until you're off work? I miss her like crazy and want to see her. No, why not?
So you say no, and he says why not, is that correct?
Mhm.
Okay,
And I say, we got plans this weekend.
okay. Plans for the weekend, but you didn't say plans for Friday, did you? The child was in daycare on that date, correct? June the 12th, or it would have been June the 13th?
It says June 12th here.
Okay, but he would have been asking about picking her up on Friday, is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And you said no because you had plans for the weekend, which would be.
Yeah, Friday.
Okay,
So Charles lived in Nashville. So when I'm not working or when I wasn't working, I plan my day, like my weekend, to be in Nashville. You know, go shopping. They have more kids stuff down there. So since he had his apartment down there, we'll spend the weekend down there.
okay, but does your weekend include Fridays, every Friday?
Weekends, I get off early. My company provides that as long as I meet my numbers, I can take off or just not work Friday.
Okay, so if he were to take off early Friday, he could have gotten her for a few hours.
He
before
could have, but I
okay,
already
let
have
me finish.
planned.
He could have gotten her for a few hours and then brought her to you when you said, hey, this is when I'm gonna be off, but you still said no, is that correct?
That is specific date, we have plans.
Judge, I'd submit that as the next marked exhibit.
Mark, it's the next exhibit in order.
Thank you.
What is the date of that one?
June 21st.
Okay, and he asks how his baby is doing, is that correct?
Like I say, we
No, no.
went to
Answer
Nashville.
my question first. He asks how his baby is doing, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And what do you immediately do?
Snapped a picture of Ellie,
Okay, who else is in that picture?
my fiance.
Okay, who spends more time with that child than the father, is that correct? Mr. White spends.
He works.
Okay. But he spends more time with this child than. Have you left the child in his care?
No, I'm proud to say that I'm always with Ellie,
Okay.
unless she's in daycare.
And Mr. White is someone who you moved in immediately after you
No.
broke up with Mr. Ray, is that correct?
No, ma'am. I moved into my house that I bought by myself with my daughter.
And he immediately started spending the night,
Not immediately.
okay?
He has his own home.
Okay,
He has
okay.
his job. He doesn't have to move in with me, ma'am.
Okay, did he start spending the night with you within a week or so of moving in, after you got your house painted?
He painted my house. He spent the first nights there before I even moved in.
Okay, Judge, I'd submit that as the next mark. Were you trying to get him angry by sending him pictures of the child with Mr. White?
No. May I say something?
Yes.
I don't understand the dislike of him towards Charles. Charles has always been kind to him, and I'm aware he has a relationship himself. I don't understand the issue.
Well, has he sent you pictures of the child with his relationship?
He don't send pictures at all.
Okay. But if you asked for them, would he?
I have asked, and he has declined.
Do you have any of the text messages here with you or?
I had, probably. Yes, it's in my folder. He also declines to let me know Ellie's whereabouts when he has her. This has been something that he does. When he has her, he says he don't have signal, he blocks me. I've never had access with Ellie when he's scared. He just doesn't want to work it out with me, like I said.
Well, you can agree with me that his time is very limited, right?
He had freedom of time before he chose to have that amount of time with Ellie. After he sued me, this is the agreement we have.
Right, he had freedom of time because you were allowing him to have the child Tuesday through Thursday every week, weren't you?
What was it again?
Tuesday through Thursday every week, you allowed him to have the child until he filed this lawsuit.
That wasn't steady, like I said. It depended on his schedule.
And then on top of that, you allowed him to have every other weekend. You gave every Tuesday through Thursday.
I had provided proof that he has not kept a steady weekend neither. He will have
Okay,
make
if you'll
excuses
answer-
that he couldn't.
If you'll answer yes or no,
Yeah.
and then you can explain yourself.
Okay.
Question wasn't a yes or no.
It was, he had a steady Tuesday to Thursday schedule every week, correct?
That wasn't the question. The question was, and you let him have every other weekend, just the verbatim
Is
question.
there any
that was
objection, but
asked.
restate your question to be in question form for it, please.
He had every Tuesday to Thursday every week, is that correct?
That was the schedule that we agree on.
Okay, and then he had every other weekend in addition to that, is that correct?
That was supposed to be the schedule.
Okay, and then he filed this lawsuit and you stopped letting him see the child, is that correct?
No.
Okay. Judge, if I may approach.
All right.
On June the 24th, did he ask you for additional time?
Good, I would like to see her with. I don't state no. I just tell him I will drop her off to you as we spoke. Great, thumbs up. I would like to see her this week. Can we try to work out a day where I get her out of the daycare for half the day, please?
And how do you respond?
You will Friday at 3:00. I will drop her off. I will drop her off to you as we spoke.
So when he asked you for a visitation day during the week, you only offered him what he already had, which was Friday at 3, is that correct?
I would like to make the statement that,
Yes or no first, and then you can make the statement.
I told him no.
And then, what does he say?
I understand. I get her Friday, but I can take off half day and get her extra this week. What day can we make that happen?
And then what do you respond to him?
LOL.
Laugh out loud. Why is that funny?
I found it funny because I already had a discussion with him that it wasn't healthy to just take Ellie off of daycare. I already talked about it. It's just like this is why he wanted this, because he wanted this as a proof. You know, I didn't want Ellie to disrupt her routine, have her father come get her from daycare out. Just, yeah.
You didn't want him to disrupt her from daycare, but you have testified today that you disrupt her from daycare, but you don't always take her to daycare.
Fridays.
What is the difference?
The difference will be that, you know,
That your mom and you're telling him what he can.
no, that's not it. The times that he has asked, we had an event. You're making assumptions of things that I haven't said, ma'am.
So you're saying that you had an event this entire week, that he couldn't have a day during the week?
I don't know,
How
this
did
is,
you respond to him?
why is that funny? You can, Ellie can.
He said, why is that funny? Is that correct?
Yes.
And what was your response?
Okay, you can, Ellie can. She got daycare activities. And I think I recall this day she had swimming or something like that.
Okay, well, it was 4 days, 4 additional days of Friday in the week. She had an activity. She didn't have activities all the time.
No, I mean, she has activities on daycare. She had swimming on daycare.
Not every day.
No, they had certain dates.
Next in order.
May I elaborate on something?
Right?
On June the 27th, does he ask you how Ellie is doing?
I already reviewed this.
Did you say, how is Ellie doing today?
How is Ellie doing today?
And what was your response?
At daycare, doing good things. Was this on a Friday?
What do you say next?
At daycare, I'm off all week next week for the holiday. Can I spend, oh, he says, I'm off all week next week for the holiday. Can I spend an extra day or two with her? We got plans.
And then what does he say?
The entire week.
So the entire week, the week following June the 27th, you had plans for Monday and Sunday?
What holiday was it so I can tell you where we were? For the next week for the holiday. There must be a holiday. I'm saying it here next week for the holiday.
Your Honor, I don't mean to interject, but it would have been the July 4th holiday.
Okay, yes, we went overseas with my daughter.
You say, yes, I've got plans. When did you tell him you went overseas? I mean, he didn't know about it right now, or he wouldn't have asked you that question.
I did tell him that I had plans. I didn't specifically say where I went.
But you ordered your ticket before you your own testimony.
No, that was for Peru.
So where did you go?
Oh yeah, I got a sale on, it was like something that I bought that was cheap and we went.
Okay, and where was it?
We went to Mexico.
Okay, so you've been out of the country this time. You did not tell me.
This has never been an issue with us. I'm working,
What else did you say? Yes, we got plans, but you don't tell him what the plans are.
yes, we got plans. I'm working. I answer your questions. Like I was working and he was texting me.
Okay, and you say, have a good day.
Have a good day.
And what does he ask you after that?
Where are you taking her? I need to know where my child will be. She will be with me.
Is what you wrote. She will be with me. So when he asked where you were taking her, that was your opportunity to say, hey, we're going to Mexico.
Well, sure.
Okay, but you didn't do that, did you?
No, I didn't.
So you want him to tell you when he's at his mom's house, when he drives to Burger King, when he goes somewhere else, but you can't even indulge him enough to tell him you're taking his child to Mexico?
Where do you have any evidence of that? Would you just say it?
All right, we're going to take our lunch recess until 1:30.
All right. Miss Barrera, Miss Wheatley, have you limited the time that Mr. Ray could have phone contact and FaceTime calls with the child?
He brought the subject, yes.
Okay.
He brought the subject of starting video to it. We did it a few times. She will get upset about it. He wanted to do it on nighttime. I just saw that it was gonna not helping but detrimental for Ellie. I discussed it with him. And I decided, it wasn't a good fit for her.
Okay, she gets upset 'cause she misses him, right?
She just gets upset because she wants to keep playing, not go to bed.
Not because she loves her dad?
I'm sure she loves her dad. I never say that she doesn't.
How many times have you threatened him with legal actions for anything? You threatened him before that you were gonna get with your lawyer and have him sued?
We threaten each other. The first threat came from him. I never had an intention to do it, or I would have done it a long time ago.
And you bring your boyfriend to all the pickups and drop-offs, is that correct?
No, not every time.
Okay, the majority of the time, is that fair?
That's your assumption. No, I don't think so. Depends.
When was the last time he didn't come to pick up and drop off?
His schedule has changed.
Okay, so when was the last time he came to pick up drop off?
The last time he came was this last one.
Okay, when was the last time he did not come?
He hasn't come several times. He's a manager at Vanderbilt, so he works late shifts. He works weekends.
Okay, so that's not my question. My question
Okay.
is, when was the last pickup and drop off that he did not come to?
I don't recall the date.
Okay. After the incident with the officers, did you tell Mr. Ray that you were seeking restraining orders on his mother and his sister?
I did.
Okay. Now, regarding child support, when you guys separated, you told him not to pay you child support, correct?
No.
Okay. You didn't say, I know that we're exercising pretty much equal time and we don't need to be exchanging child support.
No.
Okay. And you didn't tell him that since he voluntarily moved out from the home so that you could stay in his parents' basement, your rent was $400, which was remarkably low. Is that fair? $400 is not a lot to pay for rent, is it?
Like I say, that's the rate that Rhonda Reed wanted.
That's fine. I don't have a problem with that. But is it lower than your mortgage right now?
Yes.
400? I mean, it's $1,200 less than your mortgage right now, right?
Yes.
Okay. And he was going to have a rental in order to have a house of his own. Apartment of his own. He was going to have to pay $1,700 for rent, whereas you were paying $400, correct?
He never disclosed how much money he paid for rent.
Okay. But you agreed that the two of you were not going to pay child support at that time so that he could get on his
Objection,
feet.
asked and answered.
Sustained?
I did not agree.
When there's an objection and I sustain it, that means you don't have to answer it.
I apologize.
Now, after that, and before that, when you two were living together, he provided food. He'd call you on his way home and get you food on the way home. Is that correct?
I always did transfer of half of anything that he bought for me, or if I let him know, hey, are you going buy me this? I always transfer. I have the transfers with my lawyer.
Okay. And you were talking about all these flights that you paid for him. He paid for flights for you too. Is that correct?
I would like an example.
Okay. Did he pay for any flights for you? You answer that question first.
I don't recall.
Okay. So in December of 2021, while you were pregnant, not working, did he pay for your flight from Lima to, and I'm gonna butcher this, but Chiclayo, is that how you say that?
Yes, that's how you say it. I think the situation in that was that my credit card wasn't working or
Okay,
something
did he
like
pay
that.
for it?
He did pay, I paid him back.
Okay. And so if you say you paid him back, you would have a copy of that transfer.
I have all the transactions.
Now, when you were pregnant with his child, he recorded you punching him in the face.
Yes.
Okay. And
Sorry, can I elaborate?
you apologized.
Can I elaborate? I answer yes. He didn't record me of punching him in the face. He recorded me of the aftermath on the floor on the episode that we had where I had to defend myself. I was pregnant and he came at me in the basement in the garage and I defended myself. He filmed me on the floor after he pushed me down.
Okay, so he filmed you on the floor after he pushed you down, so that would be evidence you could use against him, is that correct?
I don't have that video in my hand.
Okay, and you don't have that video because when you begged forgiveness from him, you made him delete that video because it was evidence against you, not against him, correct?
Is that your assumption?
Okay, I'm asking you that. You
No.
had him delete that.
No.
Why else would you have him delete that video?
Objection, assuming facts not in evidence. There's no evidence that she had him delete a video. Ms. Duke is
Sustained.
making an assumption.
You had him delete the video, correct?
He deleted the video by my request, yes.
Okay, and it was by your request because it was evidence against you, is that correct?
No.
And he didn't have you charged at that time because you were pregnant.
Objection, assuming, asking for a supposition and
Did he tell you he didn't have you charged at that time?
Overrule the objection.
He told you he didn't have you charged at that time because you were pregnant with his child, correct?
I don't recall.
Okay. And when he paid for your flight and you went to Lima, Peru, you threatened him while you were in Peru to stay there and have the baby, didn't you?
I did not threaten.
Okay. Was it a promise again? It wasn't a threat?
It was an agreement.
Okay. While you were gone, he cleaned and painted and decorated Ellie's room. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And he spent a pretty significant amount of money getting the baby's room ready. Is that fair?
It's not my money, so I don't know how much he spent.
Okay. But is it fair that it was nice when you got back? He got it
That's
organized.
subject to opinion.
Okay. But in your opinion, was it a suitable place for Ellie to come home from the hospital to?
We lived in a basement. He painted the walls.
Okay. Did he decorate the walls?
No, he just painted them pink.
And in December of 2022, at the end of December 22, did you move out to Paris? Did you move out and go to Paris?
I went to Paris several times. I don't recall each time.
Okay, December the 30th of 2022.
I don't recall.
Did you go right before New Year's Eve?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. And then some 2 weeks later, you came begging him back and moved back in with him. Is that correct? On January, 2.5 weeks, January the 18th.
We had an agreement that I was to have the baby in Dixon.
Okay. And then you two stayed together through at least March of 2022, is that correct? When you started working again?
I began to live at the basement after I had Ellie, yes.
Okay.
Steady, full time.
And you lived there for about 3 more months, is that correct? At least, together?
Yeah, I mean, until we lived at the basement together, separate rooms until he moved away to Nashville.
And I'm sorry, not the March date, but in early April, you went to work, April of 2022, is that correct?
If it's a weekday, I assume I was at work.
Okay. And during that time period, because he was working evenings, he kept the child from around 7 a.m. to 6 p.m., is that correct?
That's not correct. I brought the schedule of my nannies.
Okay, but that took a minute, and your nannies, correct? It took a few minutes to get nannies lined up, is that correct?
I got nannies lined up after I accepted the position, and I knew that I was gonna have to go to Nashville. I had 2 nannies lined up.
Okay, but they weren't always reliable to be there on time, were they?
They were to me.
Okay, and he would keep them in the mornings before the nanny got there, correct? He would keep her in the mornings before the nannies got there?
He was at the house, yes.
Okay. And at times, his mother would assist in the afternoons while he was working, after the nannies left and you still needed to
We will
work.
have to go back to her schedule time from work. What's Rhonda's schedule of work?
When you were working that 90 days.
I
in
know, she had a
Nashville.
work schedule. I don't think she missed work to come see my baby.
Okay. When she would get home in the afternoons.
What time was that, though? I don't,
Okay,
do
would
you know?
Did she keep your child from around 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. regularly
No,
while you were getting work done?
no, I have the schedule of my nannies, 8 to 5:30.
And then Mr. Ray found a place to live and was going to move out effective May the 1st of 2023. Is that correct?
Yes, he had let me know his priorities. He told me that he wanted to go to Nashville, work Uber, maybe start going to school. He told me that he found a place that he could afford. He told me that the place that he could afford had roaches, so he had to back out of it.
So he had to wait another week and he found another place. Is that
He
correct?
found another place, but it was expensive.
Okay.
I helped him financially, which on one of those occasions, the one when I gave him the $1,000, because he told me he didn't have enough money for the say, I don't know, deposit and all that, so I gave him the 1,000.
Okay. And then going back and forth, as soon as he got his place, she would spend weekends with him and she would spend significant time during the week with him. Is that fair?
I have repeated this enough. The schedule was agree, but never follow.
Okay. So do you recall from, I don't know, we'll get close to a holiday here. Do you recall him having her from July the 8th until July the 12th?
I don't recall exactly.
Okay. But he had her for 4-day periods of time during this summer. Is that correct?
No,
Oh, okay.
do you mind? I have the schedule of every day she went with him. I have a calendar.
You can get that when your attorney
Yeah,
asks you questions.
she has.
When
Okay.
she asks you questions. you-
Sorry about that.
When your attorney asked if he had paid any medical bills when he was on the witness stand, you've not provided him with any medical bills, have you?
No.
Okay. And have you paid any medical bills that we need to be aware of?
Yes.
Okay, what medical bills have you paid?
When we go to Peru, like, she gets like this, we went to Peru and she got dental work.
Okay, and how much was that dental work?
Maybe like $100 or something like that.
And you chose not to ask him for half of that?
You know, we're here for a reason. You know, there's so many times that you can ask somebody for help. When they decline so many times, I'm not gonna beg somebody for money.
Okay. And earlier in your testimony, you stated that the relationship ended much earlier than Mr. Ray stated that it ended, correct?
Yes, and I provided proof of that.
Okay. But you continued to buy him tickets to Peru, but you're saying you weren't dating him when you bought tickets to Peru?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
we did photo shoots also when we was not dating. Everything
Well, I mean,
went on normal.
respectfully, a ticket to Peru and back is a little different than a photo shoot, isn't
That,
it?
he's Ellie's father.
Okay. Judge, if I may have one moment, I think I'm done.
May?
All right. Just a few follow-ups. The period of time that Ms. Duke showed you in text messages, mid-July. Did you have an instant where your phone malfunctioned?
Yes.
Okay, tell me about that, ma'am.
We was on the trip and the phone dropped, broke, shattered, and I couldn't use it anymore. And then I had to come back to the States, talk to Verizon, replace it. It took a few days, definitely.
The series of text messages, she stopped before you had an opportunity to respond. Back to them.
I did.
Staying, don't lead the witness.
Introduced a exhibit of a July 9th text. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
After July 9th, did you text him back?
Yes, as soon as I arrived to the States and everything, I could get my phone and everything. His text messages started coming in.
Okay, so page 1 of this exhibit that we're going to introduce is a text message that was contained in a previous introduction from Ms. Duke. And so at that point in time, the second page, is this your response?
Yeah.
And what, could you read it, please?
I asked him, I started receiving all the text messages. I put, was this sent today? My phone broke. I haven't received any messages till today that I got a replacement. One of them, yes, he
So
said.
his response was, one of them was yes. Had you started receiving the back messages also?
Yes, they started like coming in really quick.
Okay, and then did you respond?
It's slowly coming down in the text. I haven't received since the phone broke a welfare check because I received a text message that he was gonna send welfare again for the 4th time. No police came to my door because I have cameras now. I assume you came to your senses. You're ridiculous. Good night. And then he responded, I didn't ask for your opinion.
So other than that series of text messages, would he respond and ask how Ellie was doing? Would you respond appropriately? Did you respond?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. Now, there was an issue about your use of medication. Did you tell me about that?
Well, the background of that text message is that I had a car accident in Clarksville. My car completely wrecked. I went to the ER in Clarksville and everything. I wanted to get out of the ER really quick because I had to go get Ellie from daycare. So from the nanny, I think she had a nanny then. And so I just went through the motions of whatever they wanted me to do. And his dad helped me. He came, got me, did all that. The next day, I felt a lot of pain and, you know, the whiplash and all that. So I went to fast pace and they told me that because it was a litigation matter, because what hit me is a trash truck hit me. So I told them about that I already went to the ER, and they told me they couldn't do anything for me because it's a litigation situation that I was gonna have to go to the ER or whatever. I didn't have time to do that. So I went back home, and me and Rhonda were friendly then, and I told her what was going on. She told me, you know what, I have a muscle relaxer in my bedroom.
Your Honor, again, I objected to the documentation be coming in, and Your Honor said that it was off, that you took it in the context of what the text message, so this is an
She's
explanation of the.
explaining the reason and how she obtained this medication, overruled the objective. In other words, the statement is, she's quoting as, I have a, whatever it is in my medicine cabinet, and that's not being offered to prove the truth of whether she had that in her medicine cabinet or not. I'm considering it not for that reason. I'm considering it as to explain how she came into possession of a drug that did not belong to her, so that's why I'm allowing it.
Yes. I just want to say there has been never a situation where Miss Rhonda Reed has acted like I will steal anything from her or she wouldn't have me.
Okay, let's go on and
leaving.
answer my question.
Yes. She told me to go to her bathroom. She said there's a bottle in this place, in that place, there's the muscle relaxer. I just was in such a pain that I just went in there, got the bottle, took the pill, and then I looked at the pill and it said tramadol. And that's the text message that she's saying, where it says, I think I took the tramadol instead of the other thing that you wanted me to take.
Okay, so
That's it.
accident,
It was an accident, yeah.
okay. Do you have? Did you,
Sustain, don't leave the witness.
did you intend to take that medication?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Do you have a drug abuse issue?
No, ma'am, I don't.
Do you use illegal drugs?
I never have.
Do you misuse prescription drugs?
I took that pill by mistake. Yes, I don't do that.
Did you know whether or not what Miss Rhonda Reed was telling you to take, did you think that was a prescription or?
No, it was something else that she had in there. She gave me a name. I don't have the screenshot of it, but I don't recall the exact thing.
Now, Ms. Wheatley, your reaction to Mr. Ray, do you think, are there times that you believe that you acted inappropriately?
Yes, I have reacted inappropriately in a way of feeling very defensive since he started this lawsuit. Before that, we try to be cordial, like I said, but after this whole thing of a lawsuit, and not even the lawsuit, the allegations, I was fearful. I've been fearful the whole time.
You want what's best for your daughter,
Absolutely.
and what do you believe that is?
I believe that she needs to have both of her parents, but I also believe that Colton has not proven to have my daughter as a priority. And I believe that has caused a lot of our issues. My daughter loves her father. She knows exactly who her father is. Just like in the video, she says, "Daddy, daddy, daddy." There's no confusion on my daughter. I just want her to have a stable home. I want her to be healthy. I want her to have a house, education, whatever the world has to offer, I want her to have.
That's all. Thank you, ma'am.
What has been the schedule, just to make sure I'm clear? I understand what it used to be before things kind of went south. What has been the most recent schedule that you're saying that you and he have been enjoying?
Every other weekend, is that what you're saying?
So the overnight during the week And then Saturday to Sunday, that was previous, and
Oh,
that's been done away with.
yes,
Is that correct?
he had 1 day a week and 1 weekend.
And you're saying now every other weekend, Friday to Sunday?
Yeah, that's what we agree on.
All right. Anything further? I'm asking them what they've been doing. All right, thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I would call Alan, oh, well, I'm sorry. Call Alan Wheatley. No, you come sit down.
So,
He's out.
Alan Wheatley. Step right up here, please, sir. Come around to the witness stand and raise your right hand and face our clerks.
State your name for the record, please, sir.
Alan Wheatley.
And Mr. Wheatley, how do you know Ms. Catherine Wheatley?
She's my ex-wife of 10 years,
Okay. When did y'all marry?
2008.
Okay. She's previously testified that I think she was 19 when she came here. How did y'all meet?
We met in Peru. I've traveled in a lot of different countries, and we met there. And after I returned to the U.S., we stayed in communication and continued a relationship.
And y'all were married for 10 years, is that correct? Did you say, or?
We almost made 10 years. It's
Okay.
like a
Yeah.
few months before.
Y'all had no children?
No.
Okay. And have you and she stayed close?
Yes, we had a peaceful separation. It was just circumstances that the marriage didn't work out.
And can you describe what kind of person she is?
She's a very family oriented person. She's always been the type of woman that puts her family first. And I think in the case now with her having a daughter, I think that's the reason we're probably here today is she wants to put her daughter above everything. And if she feels something with Colton ain't where it needs to be, that's probably why she's prohibiting time at this point.
Okay. Have you had an opportunity to see her interact with her daughter?
Yes, a few times. I've had the pleasure. Ellie is a beautiful little girl. I mean, she's just lovely. But yeah, she's a great mother. She's loving, affectionate. She gives authority when she needs to. She's just a great mother.
All right. That's all. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Thank
Ms.
you.
Duke may have
Ms. Duke, do you have any questions?
What caused the end of your marriage?
I don't think you can pinpoint one cause that ends a marriage. I think,
What
The-
caused yours, though?
what's that?
What caused the end of your marriage?
With Kate? I can't pinpoint one cause.
Are you aware that she's told people that you cheated on her?
I'm aware that she thought I was cheating on her, yes.
And was that the case or not the case?
No, it wasn't the case.
Okay.
Um,
And so if she led Mr. Ray to believe that, that would not be accurate.
she may have thought that, and she may have had a reason to think that, but no, that wasn't the issue.
And sitting here today, you had never met Mr. Ray.
No, I've never met him.
Okay. And has she told you ugly things about Mr. Ray?
We've been in contact throughout since her divorce, and when she started seeing Colton, she would tell me some things, but I was leery to ever give my opinion because I don't know Colton.
Were you
And
leery to believe her in what she was saying?
no, Kay's a very honest person. But I know there was just times that she felt she was lacking support during her pregnancy, so she would reach out to me because she don't have no family here, and I would listen. But I didn't want to judge, be a judge of somebody I don't know. I wanted her to give him every opportunity to be a good father and to have a relationship, and I believe she done that.
She told you she thinks he's a good dad?
No, she's told me that she thinks Colton loves Ellie, but that he's lacking in some ways as a father. And I think she wants to give him more time to grow up and to mature in some ways, and then she would probably consider giving him more time with her.
Okay, so that's what she's told you. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that she has the ability to give him additional time under this court order and has not?
Yes, I think she still has concerns about some things concerning his stability, concerning marijuana usage. I know there's been confrontations talked about. She's felt threatened. She's here, she don't have no family. So if you can imagine living in another country and not having family, I think at times she's somewhat felt threatened by his family trying to be in control of some things.
Prior to your testimony just now, had you spoken to her fiance about what's been going on in court today? Or even in the court hearing last time that we were here?
We haven't really been talking about Kate stuff. We've been talking about fights and wrestling and sports.
But had you talked about anything that has been said in this courtroom
Today.
today, or even back when we had the beginning of the hearing?
Well, I watched the last hearing.
Judge, I'd ask that he be excluded as a witness. He has violated the rule. We didn't know that. I should have ordered him, I guess, but
He wasn't here the last time.
he wasn't. He watched the video. He just said he watched the video.
Doesn't matter if he was not here last time and had not been placed under the rule, that does not exclude him. In other words, the rule only applies to those people who are here and placed under the rule. The rule applies to those people who were ordered by the court not to instruct it. If he was not to observe or discuss anything, and if he was not here, then that can't very well have been under the rule to violate it.
We've had plenty of people walk in on the day of court and sit and listen when they've not been instructed, and they're not allowed to testify.
And that's because the rule was called for in that particular situation. I don't interpret the rule of exclusion is a rule of interpretation, and it's this court's opinion that someone who is not a witness, not even foresought to be a witness at that point, was not placed under the rule at that point, could not be excluded because they had some information about the case or had talked to someone else. If we start down that road, then any case where someone, is not called as a witness, but then later called as a witness, but has discussed something with another party, would be excluded, and I don't think that's what the rule's intentions were. So my ruling is that it does not exclude it.
So based on your being here today and having watched the prior testimony, the full day of hearing that we had, or half day of hearing that we had, you have formulated an opinion about Mr. Ray, or have you formulated an opinion about him?
I don't like to formulate opinions about people.
Your Honor, and I'm going to object as to what this man's opinion about Mr. Ray is really not relevant.
Overruled, she's asking him his opinion of her client after observing it during, I don't know exactly what his opinion would be relative to, because it's an open-ended question. Whether he thinks he's a good guy, a bad guy, a liar, truthful person, a bad engineer, or whatever it may be. I'll sustain the objection as to the form, but allow you to restate it to narrow the question.
I will strike it. I think I'm done with him.
Anything further for this witness?
No, Your Honor.
Step down.
Thank you.
You may be released and go on about your business.
Your Honor, I'm getting my next witness.
Judge, he has been in here and he was admonished about the rule. He was here the last time.
No, he wasn't.
We called for the rule at the beginning of this case. I don't know, it's Ms. Roberts' obligation to tell these people not to sit in here. He was sitting in here this morning for half of the hearing.
He was not. He absolutely was not. I challenge you to go back and to check the rule. I made sure he went out. That is incorrect, untrue, and misleading on part of Ms. Duke, and she's making it from somebody else's statements, not her own.
So, come up. Raise your right hand. Were you in this courtroom at any point during this proceedings?
Before it started, yes, I was in here, and then once you come in, I walked out.
So you have not sat through any portion of this case? Ms. Duke, do you have any proof of the fact that he was in here?
I thought he was here the last time, and I thought he was here for the first part this morning when I was over. I can't say that he left or when he left.
I was stepped out the entire time we were here.
And may I ask him if you watched the video? Because he was admonished not to,
You may ask that question.
if you watched the video back, it was said.
Okay. And I will ask to, I mean, if we can go on and have him sit.
Have a seat.
You were already placed under oath, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. We were here back several days ago.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you, did you? I'm sorry, state your, I apologize.
My name is Charles White.
Pull
Charles, sorry.
pull that microphone, scoot up to the microphone. We're recording this.
Yes, sir. Charles White. Yes, ma'am. Sorry about that.
Mr. White, I just want for the record, seems like my integrity gets impugned every time we have a case, so.
Judge, I object his argument if that term is stop.
Please
It does need to stop.
refrain from making any statements that could be considered to be argumentative.
Were you here when we were having the hearing the last time?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you stay in the courtroom?
No, ma'am.
Did you at any time after you left the courtroom, the first hearing, did you go back and get access to the video and watch it?
No, ma'am.
When you came today, were you instructed to leave the courtroom?
Yes, ma'am.
Who instructed you to leave the courtroom?
You did, ma'am.
Did you make any attempt to listen to any testimony here?
No, ma'am.
Did we discuss anything that went in here?
No, ma'am.
You went to lunch with your now fiance.
Correct.
Did y'all discuss any testimony?
No, ma'am. We were told not to.
State your name for the record, please.
My name is Charles White.
Okay. And Mr. White, where do you reside?
At the current moment, I'm
And,
Dixon, Tennessee.
and you are engaged to Ms. Wheatley, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
How long have you and she been in a relationship?
We started in August, so almost a year and a half
Okay.
of last year, it is.
And what do you do for a living?
I am an assistant nurse manager at Vanderbilt Emergency Department.
Okay. And how long have you held that position?
I just started the assistant nurse manager about 3 months ago, but prior to that, I've been a charge nurse there for about 8 years.
And are you in the process of building a home?
Yes, ma'am.
And where's that?
That is in Dry Creek Road in Goodlettsville, Tennessee.
Okay. Where are you from originally?
Goodlettsville, Tennessee.
Okay. You got people up there?
Yes, that's my parents' land that we're going to build a house on.
Okay. Can you describe Catherine Wheatley's parenting well, let me rephrase. Have you had the opportunity to observe
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Wheatley and her daughter?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you describe that for the court?
I think that Catherine is a very loving mom. She does everything she possibly can in her power to take care of Ellie as best as she can.
Okay. And you've been involved in her life since August of last year, is that
Yes, ma'am.
correct?
Mm-hmm.
Are there occasions when you stay the night?
Yes, ma'am.
And are there occasions when they stay the night at your home?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you had occasions to interact with Miss Ellie's father?
At the birthday party, we had some time when we talked during that time, and maybe on drop-offs, have small talk with them. Other than that, no.
Any confrontational, anything like that?
No, man, we both been cordial.
Okay. Have you seen how Miss Wheatley reacts around Mr. Ray?
They seem like they act pretty well together.
Have you involved yourself in any of the decision-making as it relates to when Mr. Ray spends time with his daughter?
No, ma'am, not at all.
Okay. Do you offer support for Miss Wheatley?
No, ma'am.
I mean, not financial support. Are you there to support her emotionally?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. Have you cared for her daughter?
Not really, no. I mean, most of the time I'm at work. I get to be around her after night, sometimes here and there on the weekends when I have my kids, but other than that, no.
Okay. Do you have children?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Tell me about your children.
I have 3 kids. I have a 18-year-old, 16-year-old, and a 10-year-old.
And who's their parent? Who's their other parent?
Their mom is Stephanie White. Well, actually, I think she just got married. I don't know his last name, sorry.
Okay. And what type of residential schedule do you have with your children?
I have them every other weekend.
Okay. And do they come to the home here with Miss Wheatley, or they just stay at your home?
It depends on what we're doing at time, but most time we try to do things in Nashville, so sometimes they stay at my home.
Okay. And do they interact with Miss Ellie?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, you've got an 18-year-old, and what is that child's name?
Natalie White.
And Miss Natalie, is she still in high school or is she in college?
No, she's a freshman at UT.
At the University of Tennessee at Knoxville?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then your next child?
She's at Christ Presbyterian Academy, which is in Nashville. And her name is Lexi White.
And what grade is she in?
She's in 10th grade.
In 10th grade. And then your youngest?
My youngest, he's also at CPA, and he is in the 4th grade.
Okay. Are they involved in any extracurricular activities?
Yes, ma'am. They all play sports.
Okay. And are you involved in their day-to-day activities and lives and attend their events?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
As much as possible.
And again, if you could, tell me what kind of parent that you believe Miss Wheatley is.
I think she's a very loving mom. I think that she does a very good job by herself so far of what she's done. She's done a really impressive job, in my opinion, to raise Ellie as best as possible.
And Ellie, so you've raised 3 kids yourself.
Yes, ma'am.
And is there any issues that you see with Ellie and her upbringing?
No, ma'am. I actually think she's a very intelligent little child.
Okay. Now, there was an occasion, and we saw a video. Do you know why Miss Wheatley has you come or accompany her sometimes for drop-off and pickup?
I know that she had told me that she was kind of fearful about what may happen with the family. She just wanted me to be there to be a witness and make sure that nothing happens.
Have you involved yourself in it?
No, ma'am.
There was a video we watched where I think you may have walked up to the car to get Ellie.
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me about that.
I just pick up Ellie. Like I said, we pull up every now and then, and depends on who's getting out of the car. Sometimes I'll help to get Ellie.
Okay. You weren't in the courtroom, so you didn't see the video I'm referencing. Do they act, Mr. Ray and Miss Wheatley, do they act appropriately when they're
Yes, ma'am.
doing? Have you seen anything? Are they fussing, cussing,
No, ma'am.
doing anything? Anybody jerking Ellie away from the other one?
No, ma'am.
Do you recall an event where you might have walked up to the car and Ellie was crying and fussy?
So that she could get done with this witness, but I'd ask that she not lead.
Your Honor, it's found that again, there was a video played. I will just replay the video. Madam Clerk, well, no, I won't because it wasn't admitted into evidence. Your Honor, and they've rested, so I asked that that be stricken. It wasn't introduced.
Well, it may have been, I'm not sure if it was introduced in the last hearing or not, but it was not made an exhibit to this half of the hearing. So for that purposes, I will overrule the objection and allow you to ask the questions.
So there was a video played here where you went to Mr. Ray's car to pick the child up, where the child was fussy. Do you recall that event?
Vaguely.
Okay. Now, again, did you force the child out,
No, ma'am.
talk badly about him?
No, ma'am. Not at all.
Did Miss Wheatley do that?
No, ma'am.
All right, thank you, sir. No further questions.
Did you go to the exchange, Ellie, on November the 3rd?
Ma'am, I'm not really sure what day. I have been in many exchanges, yes, ma'am.
You've been to the majority of the exchanges, is that fair to say?
I would say yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember the last one you missed?
I can't recall, no, ma'am.
And he's always cordial with you, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Is that you, sir?
I don't see what you're,
I don't know what you're playing. You're not playing anything.
I know. I know, baby.
I believe there's one of the days that she is.
We gotta
Yes,
go
ma'am.
see Charles and your mommy. Yay! Okay, yes, it's okay, baby. Come here. Come here. I know, baby.
Yes, ma'am.
I know, baby. It's okay. You love Charles and you love your mom. It's okay, baby. We just have a couple of minutes. We still got a little bit left. I'll walk
Yes,
you over
sir.
here.
Yes, ma'am, ma'am, sorry.
Ms. Duke, I don't know how the court reporter can hear your question.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I just said she was crying. Yes, ma'am.
I know. Hey, stop crying and listen to me, okay? All right, listen. Listen, you're okay. I know you do, baby. I know you do. Look at me. It's okay. You're gonna go home with Charles and Mommy. Yeah, and you love them. It's okay. Here, let's set your water down, okay? You want to take your bottle with you?
Okay. I'm always with you, I promise, okay?
To be fair, I've done many drop-offs with my kids. I just take them to their mom and just drop them off. I just try not to make a big deal about it.
You exchanged with mother, correct?
That's correct.
So this is a little different.
Well, technically, and to be fair with you, oh, yeah, sure, go ahead.
But just to be fair, he's exchanging with you, he's not exchanging with Ms. Wheatley at this point in time, is that correct?
That's correct.
And that's usually how it is.
Sometimes, sometimes not. Yes, ma'am.
I promise, and I'm working on getting more. I promise. You're my everything, and I love you so much, okay? I know, baby. I know, baby. If I could take you home and keep you forever, I would, I promise. I know, darling. Come on. You okay? Look, go to mama. I love you, darling. Bye, baby.
Is that an accurate depiction of how the exchange was handled on that day?
I'm not sure what you're asking there.
I mean, is that an accurate video?
I would say so. Yes, ma'am.
Judge, I moved it to that in the next topic, so it doesn't matter, I can get it on.
All right, mark it as exhibit, next in order.
And Mr. White, you can agree with me that sometimes Ms. Wheatley gets her feelings, she's a little defensive about things with Mr. Ray, is that fair?
I'm not sure if that's true. No, ma'am.
Okay, well, you kind of said that in your statements to Ms. Roberts, so is that not accurate?
I don't think I did.
And
Okay,
again, I'm going to object to the form of question. The word defensive was never used.
Stanley,
Assuming facts not in
well,
evidence.
Number one, he says it never was used, so you're not voicing it, you're making a statement rather than an objection. So I'll stand by his answer if he doesn't think the word was used.
is there any reason in particular why Ms. Wheatley can't do this exchange like you do with your ex?
Well, I let my kids and walk. They're older, so there's a big difference. We're talking about a toddler and we're talking about a 10, 18, and 16-year-old who drives.
And previously, you stated that we were building this house,
Yes, I'm talking about me, my mom, my dad, my brother. That's what I mean by we.
and Ms. Wheatley?
Right now, that's maybe a plan to down the future, but I'm not sure. Right now, it's just me.
Okay, so your mom and dad and brother and whoever else you listed are gonna live in that home?
No, man, we're just kind of, my brother is building a house on top of the property that we're getting, and I'm building one on the bottom of the hill. That's what I mean by that.
But Dixon is closer to CPA than Goodlettsville is
No,
that
ma'am,
correct?
that is not correct.
CPA is in West Nashville, is that correct?
It is Edward Warner Park. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so 25 minutes from Dixon, is that fair?
No, ma'am. It's 40. We do it all the time because we go to basketball games every week.
Okay.
And it's about 40 from Goodlettsville. And on top of that, I get my kids on the weekend, so
Do you get them every weekend?
every other weekend.
Every other weekend?
Yes, ma'am.
And you wish you had more, is that right?
Um,
You'd
Would-
like more time with your kids?
Definitely, who wouldn't?
Judge, if I may have one moment, I think.
All right?
Judge, that's all.
You watched that video that Ms. Duke just played and introduced into evidence, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see who walked up to get Ellie and put her in her arms and walked away with
It
her?
was Miss Wheatley,
Who would that be?
Catherine.
Okay. And you said you've been in a lot of the other exchanges.
Yes, ma'am.
Has Mr. Ray ever had anybody at the exchanges?
Yes, ma'am.
Who?
His mom.
His mom has been there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's all.
Anything further for this witness?
Nothing, Judge.
Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you.
Ms. Roberts, you may call your next witness.
If I could have just 1 second, Your Honor.
You may.
No, I'm not gonna call him to give him an excuse to go back on. That's our proof.
Duke, do you have any rebuttal proof?
Yes, I'd call my client.
I would remind you, you remain under oath, Mr. Ray. He's already been sworn, so he's remains under oath.
When she said she didn't have access to a phone because her phone was broken, was she still posting on Facebook?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, Your Honor, again, I'm gonna object as to lack of foundation at this point in time.
Were you friends with her on Facebook at the time?
Not necessarily, we weren't
Without ruling
friends,
on the
but
objection, apparently she's going to address that issue.
Judge, I'll go for it if you want me to, or if not, you can address it.
Go ahead.
So she has an open profile, so you're able to look at certain pictures as long as she doesn't hide them from you specifically.
Okay, and during this time period when she was in Peru and refusing to answer your, to say how.
Objection to the form of the question. When she was in Peru refusing to answer, there's no proof in the record that she was.
Saying the objection.
These text messages, when you were asking how your child was and there was no answer to the text messages, was she still posting on Facebook?
Yes, ma'am. There were pictures up of her in Mexico.
When she testified that you did not care for the child and the nannies cared for the child, is that accurate?
No, ma'am, that's completely inaccurate.
Please tell the court about keeping the child when she was going to work.
For her whole probation period or training period from April, May, and June, I stayed at home with my daughter every single morning. She went to her work. When she got off of work, she got home about 6 o'clock or so. She took over with the baby, and I went to work until midnight or 1 o'clock. And we didn't have our first babysitter until I believe it was early or mid-July.
And so if she started working in early April, is that 4 months after the fact or 3 months after the fact that you actually had a babysitter?
Correct.
And even when the babysitters would come, would you still care for them while she was working in the mornings?
Yes, ma'am.
Did Miss Wheatley tell you that her ex-husband had cheated on her?
Yes, ma'am, she did.
Did she qualify that to you? Did she say he may or may not have, but I think he did?
No, she told me that he cheated on her with their dentist from Peru and that he's now married to her with a child.
And during this time period, when y'all were splitting shared time with the child, because Ms. Roberts is talking.
I'm sorry, am I not allowed?
No, you're allowed, he just couldn't hear me. So when you two were sharing time with the child, your schedule, was it Tuesday to Thursday?
So our original schedule before I took my job at the dealership in, I believe it was either August 28th or August 29th, I had her Sunday night until Wednesday morning, Sunday night until Wednesday night. And I dropped her off, and then I worked Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and got her back on Sunday. And that was every single week leading up to from May 8th when I moved into my apartment in Nashville, all the way through August 28th or 29th when I started that job. And then we started a new schedule where I picked her up as soon as I got off of work on Tuesday. That was the beginning of my first off day. I got off at 5 o'clock, and I met her at the Burns exit as quickly as possible, so usually 5:45 or 6. I kept her until Thursday morning because I didn't have to go in until 11 a.m., and I kept her until 10 a.m. We met at Burns exit, and I would drop her off, and I'd go back to work all the way through when I got off Saturday. They usually let me off because I had a child, so they let me off. It was either 6 or 7. I would immediately go back and pick Ellie up. So any free time that I had and during that job, I spent with my daughter.
And was that pretty much your schedule or something close to it until we filed this lawsuit? Or shortly before this lawsuit?
Shortly before, November 4th was the last time she allowed her to stay the night with me, and then refused to let me see her anymore and told me I would need to take her to court if I wanted to see her anymore.
And when you were splitting time with her, did she tell you not to worry about child support?
Yes, ma'am.
And had you offered to take care of daycare?
Yes, ma'am. I'd asked her when I got the job at the dealership, since I was getting less time, I said, is there any possible way we can get her in a daycare? That way I can keep her even on the days that I am working, and I'll just be able to pick her up from daycare, and I can keep her the same schedule. She refused to let me put her in a daycare, told me that if she found out I did, she would come take her out.
Okay. And did she also say that about you taking the child to the doctor?
Yes, ma'am. So she threatened to sue me and the doctor's office for a HIPAA violation.
If you took her to see a doctor?
If I took her to see a doctor, or if they gave me any information.
Are you asking that this court follow the Dixon County?
Pardon?
I'll strike it.
Objection leading.
Question has been stricken.
Are you concerned about Ms. Wheatley's living arrangements?
I am. I am very nervous because she's threatened several times to move away if this court case doesn't go her way. She also said she was going to appeal any decision that she didn't feel comfortable with. So yes, I'm very nervous about the living situation. I don't like that I wasn't introduced to Charles. I had to introduce myself at that party, and really outside of that, that's the only time that we've spent more than three minutes talking to each other. So I don't really know the guy that well.
After you separated, did she spend much time before she moved him in?
As far as I know, he came and helped her move out of my mother's house, so they were already seeing each other. And then she already said that he spent the very first night in their house, so I don't think there was very much time at all.
When she said she's given you money back in all these instances that we've discussed, has she actually given you the money back?
We split the nannies right down the middle. She never had cash, and the nannies prefer to be paid in cash. So she has proof that she sent me half of, I think some of them are for $60. There's no nanny that's going to watch our child 5 days a week for $60 for the amount of hours that we had. That was for half of that, and I was always getting the cash out because her bank was in Waverly or New Johnsonville, I believe. So she had no way to go all the way down there and get cash. So I got the cash. She would Venmo me half of that. As far as bringing her food, no, she didn't pay for that. She asked me for food just about every night. And I mean, it was the mother of my child. Of course, I'm going to pick the food up, and I'm not going to ask for money for that.
Okay. And when she was pregnant with the child, did she strike you in the face?
Yes, ma'am.
Multiple times?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did she beg you to do?
She had me delete the video because she said that it was not accurate of how everything had been going. And she also asked me, begged me not to call the cops on her.
And did you call the cops on your pregnant girlfriend?
I didn't have the heart to do it, no ma'am.
Were you injured?
My face was cut, and I had some marks on my neck and chest, but nothing serious.
And she doesn't like that you're living in your mother's basement through her testimony, but is that where she lived with the child also?
For the whole time, basically the whole time she was pregnant, and for several months after after I moved out, she was still there. So she lived there a total of maybe 2 years, two and a half.
And when you moved out, because she was getting a lighter amount of rental expenses, did she say anything to you about child support?
Yes, I had told her, she kept saying she wanted me to leave, and I told her I wasn't in the best financial position to go and pay $1,800 a month, because this is right when everything went really high. She told me that if I let her stay there with the child and build her money up, that I wouldn't have to worry about child support, because she knows how much it's going to be for me to move out.
And she was able to purchase a home when she moved from your mom's basement, is that correct?
Correct.
Judge, that's all.
Now, when did you say you kept this child, your child? She said she got a job 3 months after the child was born, that she stayed on maternity leave, right?
I believe that's what she stated, yes.
And you know that to be correct.
In April,
So April, she found a job.
I found the job for her, yes, ma'am.
Oh, you found the job for her?
Yes, ma'am.
Why didn't you find a job for yourself to make 60 some odd $1,000 a year?
Why didn't I find a job for myself?
Because you made zero that year.
Because that job was for an LPN, and I don't have an LPN.
Well, and you don't have an engineer's degree either, do you?
No.
Objection, argumentative, Judge.
Abstain.
Now, so you said you kept Ellie. Is there something humorous about that, sir?
The last statement, yes, ma'am.
Okay. You said you stayed there for how long?
Where?
That you keeping Ellie for while Miss Wheatley was training.
I was there most days. She left at, I think it was 6 or 6:30 in the morning, and I had Ellie from there until she came back at, I believe she got back around 6 or 6:30 in the afternoon. There were some days where my sister was able to come help.
When were the nannies hired?
In July, I think was our first one, Leslie.
Okay, so she would have trained April, May, and June. So you're saying the nannies did not start until July. Your testimony under oath, correct?
From my knowledge, yes,
Oh,
ma'am.
no, you knew for certain when Miss Duke was talking, that was when it was, correct?
Judge, that is argumentative. I don't agree that that was the testimony. He thought that was what it was.
I'll rephrase the question, Your Honor.
Sustain the objection.
When you testified in direct examination, when your attorney, Ms. Duke, was questioning you, you stated affirmatively, did you not, that when she got the job, you stayed with Ellie from the time she left until the time that she came home, and that the nannies did not come during that time, correct?
And that's exactly, yes. I did say that I kept her until we got nannies.
Okay, and then you're saying now, under oath, that the nannies were in July.
It was late June or early July, yes.
Okay. And that would have been at the end of her training if she testified, and if her testimony was true, that she trained for 3 months.
Yes, she did train for 3 months.
That would have been April, May, and June. Now give it whether it was the end of April, middle of April, whatever, but again, that would have been the 3 months, maybe into July, would have been when she finished her training.
Correct.
And your testimony under oath is that is true.
Which part? That she
Nannies weren't
trained?
there, nannies weren't there.
That nannies weren't there?
You
Yeah,
didn't
there was-
hire any nannies.
There was no nannies helping me whenever I was doing this. No, it was me and my child.
When you were doing that is from April until July, correct?
As far as I remember, yes, ma'am.
As far as you remember.
Yes, ma'am.
And and you said you would pay the nannies cash,
Correct.
and then that she would give you half the money back?
Correct.
And how would she give you that half the money? Venmo?
Usually, I think Cash App.
Cash
I
App.
believe it was Cash App.
So if there are cash apps starting in April and May and June to reimburse you for nanny payments, what were those for if there were no nannies?
That's a very good question.
Okay. You said you would have liked to have met Mr. White before the birthday party?
Yes, we had an agreement that if we were going to start dating anybody and introduce them to our child, that we would introduce them to each other first, and that didn't happen. I don't have a girlfriend.
What's up?
Yes, ma'am.
What's up?
It's a messaging app that we used to message each other.
I don't know what it's really called.
It's a messaging app.
Is it WhatsApp or WhatsApp?
WhatsApp.
WhatsApp, that's what I was trying to say, WhatsApp. Your number one,
That's correct.
under my approach,
You may.
WhatsApp profile,
That is correct.
and there's a circular picture on the top.
Yes, ma'am.
Who is that?
That's a girl that I know. I went on a couple dates with her.
That's where it is, if I pull it up right now, is that the picture on there?
It may be. I haven't been on WhatsApp in a little while.
Did you introduce her to your girlfriend?
Who? No, I haven't introduced her to my daughter either.
32.
You're aware you can post to Facebook on a computer or any laptop, any type of device, aren't you?
My point was that if she can post to Facebook, she could have messaged me on Facebook to let me know how my daughter was.
Okay.
'Cause
Well, if she wasn't getting your messages, she didn't know that you were messaging her.
But she knew she had left the country without telling me, and that I would be worried about my daughter, clearly, because I ask about her every day.
Did you send her a message on Facebook when you started seeing she was posting?
No, because I didn't notice that until about, 8th or 9th, when she finally messaged me back.
All right. Thank you, sir.
But she
Nothing
also
further.
has me blocked on there.
Anything further?
Nothing.
Thank you, sir. You may step down. You may call your next witness.
That's our proof.
You wish to be heard in argument?
I will waive.
I'll
Jennifer
waive
wants
too,
to
Your
waive.
Honor. It's almost 3 and we have another case to start.
Well, this court is required to make some determinations. Right now, the motion is only about asking for an increase in the schedule of visitation, but it's incumbent upon this court to, in my opinion, make at least a temporary designation of the primary residential parent status. And so therefore, I'm referring to Tennessee Code Annotated 366106 for the factors that I'm required to consider, and I'll run through those. Number one, the strength, nature, and stability of the child's relationship with each parent, including whether one parent has performed the majority of parenting responsibilities relating to the daily needs of the child. Both of these parents, I think, have strong relationships with the child. I do find that that factor favors the mother because simply of the fact that over the course of the child's life, she has performed the majority of the parenting responsibilities, meeting the needs of the child. Each parent's caregiver's past and potential for future performance of parenting responsibilities, including the willingness and ability of each of the parents and caregivers to facilitate and encourage a close and continuing parent-child relationship between the child and both of the child's parents, consistent with the best interests of the child. I have concerns about both of these parents in that regard. It seems to me that both of them, as I have said earlier, and I said it at a prior hearing, that both of them seem to be more concerned about their own situation and their own status as a parent than they are with the best interests of the minor child. The first hearing that we had where the child was supposed to be exchanged, and Mrs. Wheatley took the child back out of the car seat, but then put the child back in the car seat with the child crying and asking to see her father was heartbreaking, if nothing else. And it indicated to me that this child has a strong relationship with his father, with her father, and that particular situation was one where Ms. Wheatley, in an effort to assert control or whatever she might have felt like she was doing, felt like she was entitled to withhold the child. And this court would simply observe that when this order goes down, you will not have that opportunity. It will be exchanged according to that, or else you would be facing a contempt of court citation. So I find that as well, the past and potential for future performance of parenting responsibilities, and it'll come up again, but Mr. Ray's failure to pay child support or support this child financially, unfortunately speaks volumes about his parenting, and as a result of that, I find that those two pretty much offset, and therefore that factor does not favor either. I don't have any indication that either of them will refuse to attend parenting class. The disposition of each parent to provide the child with food, clothing, medical care, education, other necessary care, clearly there is no question that favors the mother in this case, simply because when you say, do you want me to pay child support? And they say, I don't need it. Even if that's true, it doesn't relieve the person, a father or a mother, from their obligation to provide support for the child. And the law says that both parents have an equal obligation to provide financial support and support for the child. So therefore, that factor favors the mother. The degree to which each parent has been the primary caregiver, and I have already found that, in my opinion, at least by this proof, the mother has been so far the primary residential parent or primary caregiver. Love, affection, emotional ties between each parent and the child. I think both of them have strong emotional ties towards this child, and therefore I find that to be an equal factor. The emotional needs and developmental level of the child. This child is 2 years old, and clearly I don't have any evidence that would indicate anything there. Moral, physical, mental, and emotional fitness of each parent as it relates to their ability to parent the child. There's no evidence that either of them suffers from any physical or emotional fitness. You can argue that Miss Wheatley is involving her new fiance or whatever, and the child, she has someone living with her. But I mean, this child was born as a result of a relationship outside of marriage, so I don't find that there's any factor there that would favor either of them. Child's interaction or interrelationship with siblings, other relatives and step relatives and mentors, as well as the child's involvement in the child's physical surroundings, school, or otherwise significant activities. Clearly, in this case, the paternal grandmother has a strong bond with this child, and that has been demonstrated, I think, in the testimony at the first hearing. And the father's family, I think, does have a good relationship. And the fact is that at least prior to this hearing, prior to this litigation, Ms. Wheatley encouraged that and allowed the child to go and wanted the child to be involved in that because, as Mr. White says, or actually it was her former husband said, she's very family oriented. I don't doubt that. It should not stop now simply because of this unfortunate fact that you two have been in here insulting each other and tearing each other down in order to try to make a case. The importance of continuity in the child's life and the length of time the child is living in a stable, satisfactory environment. Ms. Wheatley says that she favors the current arrangement because it offers more stability, but that's different than what they had been doing, and he had been seeing the child actually more than that previously. So I don't find that the continuity, stability and continuity actually favors the continuance of the present arrangement, at least. There's no evidence of any physical or emotional abuse to the child. The character and behavior of any other person who resides in or frequents the home. The only two people I have are the paternal grandmother, and certainly she is a fit person and has no issues that this court is aware of. That episode where the videotaping was taking place was unfortunate as far as a misunderstanding of the law, and therefore it should not have resulted the way it did, but that has been clarified. Secondly, Mr. White, who has testified, and the court has been able to observe him, I find there is nothing inappropriate about him, that he in every way is a positive influence on this child. Reasonable preference of a child doesn't apply. The parent's employment schedule, right now, they're both full-time employed, but I think she may still be doing some work out of their home. At least I may have been relating that to some prior employment, but any other factors deemed relevant by the court at this point? I would simply observe that the court is of the opinion that based on all of those factors, the mother should be designated the primary residential parent on a temporary basis. And I emphasize temporary because that's what this is, a temporary hearing. We're here today because of a motion to increase the schedule of visitation between Mr. Ray and the child. Court finds that there should be an increase in the visitation, or at least a modification of the visitation, having designated the mother as the primary residential parent. Father's schedule henceforth shall be alternate weekends from Thursday at 5 p.m. until Monday morning, when he will return the child to daycare. That gives him an extended period of time with the child, several overnights, similar to at least more similar to what you had before. And because it is a temporary basis, we'll see how that goes prior to a final hearing. Regarding holidays, the only holidays I'm dealing with on this temporary basis are Thanksgiving and Christmas. Thanksgiving Day will be with the father. It will be from Wednesday at 5 p.m. until 5 p.m. Thursday, unless that is his weekend. And if it's his weekend, then it will simply start Wednesday at 5 p.m. until the conclusion of his normal weekend visitation. Christmas, and I base that upon the fact that, as Ms. Wheatley said, her tradition and culture, which I certainly think she should honor, does not celebrate Thanksgiving in the same way, and I can understand that. Christmas will be with the mother from Christmas Eve, which is during the week, and that would be with her that day anyway, but she'll have the child Christmas Eve until 2 p.m. Christmas Day, and then the child will go to Christmas from 2 p.m. Christmas Day to December the 26th at 5 p.m. Child support will be calculated based upon the schedule that I have just set forth, and it will be based on their respective incomes as testified at this hearing. $52,000 for him, as was testified in the first hearing, equates to $4,333.33 per month. Her income was testified to and exhibited by the income and expense statement of $6,202.91 a month. Childcare was testified to at $180 per week. All of those things are factored in. Insurance, I don't recall having been testified to, but if there's no insurance expense, then it will not be applied. Both parties will be restrained from use of any illegal or non-prescribed medication, meaning you cannot use any medication that's not prescribed for you. Obviously, if you have medication needs and the doctor prescribed it for you, then you can utilize that medication. The court also holds that Mr. Ray has a right to be informed of the daycare and has the right to be on the daycare pickup list. He has the right to be involved in any activities at the daycare without restraint. In other words, he's not to pick the child up on a day that's not his, but if they have some activity where he can go and have lunch with the child at daycare, he's entitled to do that. The doctor's visits, he'll be informed of any doctor's visit. He will have the right to attend, and that will be but by attending it, he will not interfere with it, but that will be the situation. All four factors of decisions will be joint, meaning that you have to consult with him prior to making a major educational decision, healthcare, non-emergency healthcare, education, or religious activities. This child has been baptized into the Catholic Church, so obviously she'll be following that regimen, and I have no problem with that. If the parties are unable to agree, the mother, as the temporary primary residential parent, will have the final decision, but only after consultation. And I mean, you don't just say, hey, this is a decision, I'm going to do this, so what do you think? You call it up, discussing with him. You two are going to have to learn to do this because you've got 16 more years you're going to have to be able to communicate. Call him up, tell him what the decision is or what the question is, and you two discuss it rationally as adults without criticizing or demeaning each other, And then if you can agree, that is the best absolute thing you can do. If you cannot agree, then at that point, you will have the final say, but only after that consultation takes place. All of the other standard provisions of a parenting plan will apply. Any non-covered medical bills will be, I guess they're on childcare, is that correct?
On TennCare.
And there are no non-covered medical expenses. So is there any other issue I have not dealt with on a temporary basis?
Judge, what time on December the 26th did you say?
5 o'clock?
And what time on Thursdays does he pick the child up?
5 o'clock?
I was just gonna ask that, whose weekend is this weekend?
This weekend is mine.
So his weekend will be Thanksgiving. This weekend, it would be her 22nd, 23rd, and 24th. So his weekend will be the Thanksgiving weekend, Your Honor. So I
And he'll
understood
start it on Wednesday night at 5 p.m.
Wednesday night at 5, so
And go till Monday, is that correct?
until Monday, right. So
Till Monday
instead of
morning.
getting Thursday at 5, he's getting an extra
Correct.
24 hours.
Now, I want this in the order as well. Both of them have the right to bring other individuals to have the exchange. There will be no adverse animosity or hostile words, statements, actions that will occur during this exchange. Mr. White strikes me as being a very fine individual, but it is going to probably be better and easier if you are the one who goes to the, pick up the child, or if, let Mr. Ray pick the child up out of the car and bring her to you. However it works. I want to minimize the trauma that a child has to undergo and going, this child loves you both. And it is not unusual to have a child express, desire not to leave the parent that they've been with and been having a good visit with, to have to go away from that parent. They're upset because they're leaving the parent they cared for. The same thing can happen when the child goes to the other parent. That is not an indication of a problem in the home. It is an indication that the child loves you both. So takes the steps necessary to minimize whatever that problem is, so that you can then go about trying to resolve or make this as emotionless and beneficial to your daughter as you can. Let's keep the police out of this unless there is a valid, objectifiable reason that you need to have a police officer involved in some case. Welfare checks and things like that, that's not necessary. But if you get an email request or a text message, try to make sure you respond to it promptly. Communication by email or text message shall be respectful, and it shall not include any sort of derision or derisive remarks made about the other. No name calling or any such thing as that. As I explained to you, what you paint her with is the same brush you paint yourself with. It takes two to tango in these kinds of cases, and two of you have brought this child into the world. She loves you both. You're going to have to both start living your life in a way that allows this child to have a good relationship with both of you. Anything else?
Yes, Your Honor.
Have
Retro-
one
Hold on.
thing, the child's birthday, Your Honor, is in January. Can that be shared from like 8 to 2 and 2 to 8?
What day in January?
Is a Sunday,
Sunday.
Your Honor.
A Sunday.
So again, it's going to be one of their days, so they can exercise the weekend before, the weekend after. I don't know that it's my clients, I can do the his, hers.
I would just ask that they share it. It may very well be his, but he wants to make sure the mom sees
Well,
the
it's gonna,
child.
whosever weekend it falls on, I don't particularly care, but both of them need to be able to see the child, on the child's birthday if possible, if you can do so without any kind of problem. So whoever the parent that doesn't have the child on the child's birthday for that weekend will have the child starting at 3 o'clock in the afternoon until 6 o'clock that evening. So you'll have 3 hours with the child. That'll likely be the same situation the next year when it rotates. But that means if it's his weekend, the mom gets 3 to 6. If it's her weekend, he gets 3 to 6. But I'm giving you both an opportunity to spend time with the child.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Yes, sure, I just need to make sure, I have got his income at $52,000 a year, which is $4,333.33 monthly. Her monthly is $6,202.91. $180 weekly for daycare is $708 monthly. I just did a rudimentary calculation of the number of days. He's getting 4 days every other week, so that's 26 weeks a year times 4 days is 104 days. So that puts her at 261 days, him at 104, and his current child support will be $721. And I take it you're reserving the issue of retroactive support.
Any retroactive support will be reserved for the final hearing, but yes, the law requires that a parent provide support for the child. The fact that they had some informal agreement does not obviate or do away with the legal requirements that the state law provides, so.
Well, Ms. Duke can
Judge,
check
are
my
we-
numbers, but I wanted to just put in.
I'm
that I
not
did
ordering it
$104.
that, you two compare your figures. I'm not, Ms. Duke is not required to accept your off the cuff, calculations. The two of you, and if you, obviously, if you have a problem, we'll have to revisit it, but I'm simply ordering the calculation to be made because I'm required to do so.
Judge, are you saying that it will be 104 days on his side, or are we going to get credit for the additional days that he'll have at like the holidays and things like that?
I'm not calculating. I have no idea whether 104 is an accurate number or not. That's why I'm telling you. The two of you are going to have to sit down. If you can do so without coming to blows, you two will sit down and calculate the number of days that will apply. Ms. Duke can calculate what she thinks with this schedule. You can calculate what you think. You two can compare notes, and hopefully we arrive at an agreement. And I'm not going to sit and calculate it. So.
Well, Your Honor, the reason I was just putting that in is because I wanted to articulate and have it on the record that this is a temporary order.
It is.
It's not a final adjudication as to a permanent parenting plan because we haven't got summer and other things. So given the fact that it is just that.
You might as well have tried it as a final because we spent
It
two days.
Well, and it took us 7 months to get here, so I am concerned that we haven't outlined summer at this point because presumably the court's going to do that at some point.
And so, again, if I could finish on my calculations, the reason that I was saying, for this purpose on what you've ordered today, I simply wanted to articulate on the record that I extrapolated, there's 52 weeks in a year, he has 26 for 4 days. So I came up with right now, just in this niche of time that we're doing on this temporary hearing, that's why I wanted to put it in the record where I came up with 104 days.
He's got Thanksgiving and he's got some time at Christmas. I mean,
Never mind, Your Honor, we'll come back and litigate that.
All right, so I have given my calendar for the year 2025, and I will be here in January, and I will be back as a regular term of court again in May. So my suggestion would be that you two get together with whatever else you have to do to get this case ready for a final hearing. If I'm the one who has to hear it, and I can't imagine one of the other judges who would want to hear it, but under the circumstances, it would appear that I'm designated to hear the final hearing. Let's get all of our ducks in a row and get this case ready for final hearing, and then you can get with the clerk or my office, and we'll give you a final hearing date.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, we're going to take a recess for 15 minutes before we begin the next case.
thank you, Judge.
All rise.